Good morning and welcome to Budget Committee. It's Monday, November 13th, and I'd like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, if I could just, for the record, note that Mayor Haxton is absent with notice. Now, next on the agenda is declarations of interest. Are there any members of council who have interest? Seeing none, I will proceed on to the land acknowledgement. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of the Williams Treaties First Nations and other Indigenous peoples. And on behalf of council, I thank them for sharing this land. We also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as EG's closest First Nation community and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and the environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in these responsibilities. On to deputations. We have none at this time. No presentations, and so we'll move on to item E, the 2024 proposed business plan and budget. I will pass it over to Mr. Velchich to kick things off.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to the deliberation process for the 2024 budget. Just a couple of background statements just before I pass it over to our finance team, who will kick it off with a presentation. For council members and those watching today, just a little bit of process overview. The budget process actually started several months ago. Staff worked for a few months in the background before bringing anything forward, just to look in the details as to, past trends, upcoming needs, any opportunities to refine and allocate the budget, resourcing as appropriate to meet both current and upcoming year needs. So that work is done by our finance team and an extended management team for the months preceding. And this year we did something a little bit different. In September, we actually brought forward a presentation on the 2024 business plan. In the past, we've typically done that sort of concurrently with the budget process, but we did that in advance this year based on recommendations from council. And although it was sort of the first time through and a little preliminary, I think it was a really effective way for us to identify a high-level sense of what priorities we wanted the budget to focus on moving into 2024. So we had that discussion in September, and then in October, our finance team did a budget kickoff with a high-level presentation. That was the first part of what you might call the public process, looking at some numbers. And then over the past couple of weeks, since your budget binders have been distributed, there's been one-on-one meetings with each member of council, just to ensure that you have a very good understanding of the detail and to hopefully support you in ensuring that these deliberations are as productive as they can be as you come to today informed as to what makes up the details. And we've had a chance also to look at some of the things in a little more detail that we heard back through some of those one-on-ones. So thank you very much for all those sessions, and to the finance team and the extended management team for all the work to get us today. And we'll kick off the public deliberations with a presentation from our finance team. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Marshall, our treasurer, right now.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, members of committee. I'm here with the Director of Finance and Deputy Treasurer, Valerie Dima, and we're happy to kick off the process for the 2024 business plan and budget deliberations. If you can go to the next slide, please. So in our short presentation this morning, we're just going to go through a couple of of historical trends, and provide some statistics. Then we'll go over the proposed schedule for the next few days. We'll provide a brief overview of the proposed budget. And then after that presentation, we'll start the departmental deliberations with the general managers. Next slide, please. So the business plan and budget is a key part of the framework for implementing the town's strategic plan. Council has identified priorities, and in September, as the CAO indicated, Council endorsed in principle key objectives and initiatives for 2024. So the next step that we're going to be going through in the next few days is to approve resourcing requirements that are required to deliver the plan and these objectives. And once that's approved, those will get filtered down into the departmental individual work plans. Next slide, please. So one of the benchmarks that we've strived to achieve over the past few years as we've developed the budget is to align the tax increase on the base programs and services with the rate of inflation. So that this graph shows the comparison between the inflation and our base program tax levy increases over the past few years. And what it shows is that from 2018 to 2023, the rate of inflation has increased 18.8%, and our increases on our base programs and services have increased 5.9%. So our base programs and services have not kept up with the rate of inflation. So we've been able to do this by deferring and delaying some specific expenses, for example, staffing, delaying and deferring staffing. We've also been able to do this through our modernization program, which has enabled us to do more with less. And that program was subsidized by grant funding, which also reduced the impact on our tax levy. So you see during the years of the pandemic, we passed 0% increases on the base programs and services. So that was justified during that time. But to pass increases on our base programs and services that are less than inflation over a long or extended period will end up catching up to us later on. And you'll see that in 2024, it's starting to catch up with us as our pressure on our base program is 4.9%, but the rate of inflation has averaged 3.9% during 2023. Next slide, please. So this slide is a little tweaked from what you've seen before. This shows the relative taxes on a typical single two-story detached dwelling in York Region. As you can see, East Gwillimbury has the lowest relative tax in the region. The next lowest is a $616 difference than the town. And just to put that in perspective, a 1% tax levy increase is approximately $20 on the average home in East Gwillimbury. So you can see there's a bit of room there between the two municipalities. So as well, in October, when we previewed the budget, we were asked to provide some information regarding what a 1% tax levy increase would generate in actual dollars by municipality. And you see that on the right-hand side. And you can see that East Gwillimbury, a 1% tax levy increase generates the least out of all of the municipalities in York Region. And that means that East Gwillimbury would have to pass a higher percentage tax levy increase to generate the same amount of dollars in comparison with the other municipalities in York Region. Next slide, please. So this slide compares the two major costs that municipalities charge taxpayers, and that's for water and wastewater servicing and property taxes. So East Gwillimbury is typically on the higher side in terms of the water billing, but when you look at that in combination with our tax levy, you can see that the town is still the lowest in terms of cost by about $400 to the next municipality and about $780 on the average. Next slide, please. So this is the proposed timetable for the next few days of our budget discussions. Of course, committee and council can amend these as they wish, but this is our proposal for how the next couple weeks would go. So we're here today. After our presentation, we're going to start off with the departmental reviews. On Wednesday, we're going to have the community groups come in and present to us, and the library board will be presenting as well. We'll continue from where we left off today, and we have a day 3 set aside in case we need to continue on. On December 7th at our CWC meeting, we'll be tabling the water and wastewater budget and discussing that. And hopefully on December 19th, we'll be in a position to approve the business plan and budget for 2024. Next slide, please. So this is a summary of the proposed budget for 2024. It's $73.2 million. Just to note that the water capital is not included in this number right now, as it's going to be tabled on the 7th, along with the operating program for water and wastewater. So we've put last year's approved number in there, so that's going to change as well. So with that, if there are no questions, I will pass the presentation on to Ms. Adima, who will go through some of the high-level numbers for the operating programs.
Are there any questions from committee to Mr. Warren? Go ahead, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Acting Mayor Cron. Is my understanding correct that we are discussing only the town of East Gwillimbury's portion of the increase in taxes, because there is still the York region, which is separate, and the school board, which is separate in terms of the potential increases in taxes for residents, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we are looking at East Gwillimbury's budget for this year.
Mm-hmm. And is it also correct, my understanding, that the strategic plan, which you opened up with, is a living document that can be changed if necessary?
Through you, Mr. Chair. It is a living document as far as I know. There might be other people who might want to speak to that a bit further, but it is a living document, and that's the intention of the document.
Anyone else want to take a kick at that? Mr. Valchich?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Yeah, the strategic plan is essentially intended to be a guiding document for the term of council. And so it's one of the first things that council does when it convenes in a new term. A new strategic plan was approved for this term of council. Typically, there would not be major changes to that document throughout the term of council. In fact, I don't recall it really changing much in past terms. However, it is certainly council's plan, and it's council's prerogative to update or tweak or change that as they see fit to continue to guide the program and service delivery objectives for the term of council.
Thank you very much. So through you again, Acting Mayor Cron, that is not written in stone. I just wanted to confirm that. It was my understanding when we approved the strategic plan that that it was a flexible document, and that if their changes did need to be made, they could be made in the future.
Okay. Any other questions from committee? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
I'm just curious, through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, is there something that you felt we missed a few months ago when we adopted the strategic plan?
Thank you. Through you, Acting Mayor Crone. I felt at the time, if you recall, that there was some rushing towards the end of the approval in terms of the public feedback, and it was also made clear to me that, if necessary, there could always be adjustments made because it's a living document. So I find that during the process, if we find during the process of this all but the budget deliberations, if it became necessary to address any tweaking in the strategic plan, that we are open to do so.
Okay. Any other questions? I had one. If we could go back to slide 4 for a second. Something that really jumped out at me. So you look at the back. There you go. You look historically. We've tried to keep our rate increases, our tax rate increases, just below the rate of inflation, and we've been pretty successful at that. But in 21, 20, 22, and even last year, there's a huge white space between the rate of inflation and our tax rate increases. That's a lot of real estate up there, and I was just wondering, Mr. Mr. Marshall, if you could tell us what pressure is that putting on us on this budget today, that the fact that we didn't keep as close a pace to the rate of inflation in those years that maybe in hindsight we should have. I'd like to hear your commentary on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, through those years, there were still some budget pressures. So we tried to keep a cap on it, and at some point the cap starts to go. So I think we did a good job holding our tax base down, and as we went through and looked at some of our expenses, see what we could defer. But a lot of those are just deferrals because the costs are still going up, and we're just trying to find other ways to cover off, and then eventually there's no other place to cover off. So it ends up we have to start catching up on some of these things. So.
I think this might be I appreciate your answer. I think my mother might have characterized this as the chickens coming home to roost, and I worry that maybe with the benefit of hindsight, we might have done things a little differently in the past. But Mr. Velchich, you had a comment?
Mr. Chair, just to build a little bit on what the treasurer has indicated, also keep in mind that in the 5 years preceding 2022, East Gwillimbury was considered the fastest growing municipality in Canada. And so I actually saw another article pop up on the weekend about that, showing the top 10 municipalities in Canada that sort of grew by the greatest rate over the last several years. So what I would see as some pressures that are emerging is, not surprisingly, when you grow at that rate, and we talked about this in the business planning session about sort of the cycle of growth, where it starts with your planning function that's looking out into the future as to what your growth is going to look like, and then it turns into actual development and inspections and construction activity, and then it turns into program and service delivery and support operations. What we're feeling a real pinch on, and you're seeing it start to emerge in the 24 budget, is some of that support staffing that's needed to continue to keep up with that growth pressure. And the other area that really has emerged is, and we'll talk about it through this budget process, is asset management. And as we start to, need to carve out more money moving forward, there's a financial plan that will come back as part of the asset management planning regulations. But I think as you start to build out your sort of multi-year resourcing plan and major pressure points like asset management, I think you're going to see needing to close that gap between our municipality and the next lowest. But I do want to emphasize, and I think this is really important, we continue to strive, and we will continue to strive to be the most efficient and effective program and service delivery municipality in the region. And so there's no reason why we can't continue to use that objective benchmark of where we are in terms of relative taxes to continue to strive to be at the bottom there and ensuring that our residents are in fact getting the best value for money. And so although we're going to see pressures, I want to reassure council and the public that that doesn't in any way, shape, or form imply that we are not continuing to be committed through our continuous improvement program, our municipal peak performance program, and our day-to-day operations to ensure that we're not only delivering effective programs and services, but we're doing that at absolutely the most efficient way and the best value for money for our residents. So that's our commitment, and we will continue to be committed to that.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you for this. This slide, too, took me back looking at this and seeing that huge gap and knowing that there's unintended consequences of that. Staff have done a great job in the time I've been on council, taking direction from council when we've asked you to go back and take some points off of the base tax rate because people were struggling during the pandemic, and you did that, and now it's time to pay the piper, so to speak. That the sacrifices that we made, that staff made. I mean, staff got by with less staffing. We were growing. We needed more staff, and staff just hunkered down and got the work done without the staffing that they needed, and that's very much appreciated. The other point was made about deferring asset management, which is not fiscally responsible to continue to do it. It's one thing to do it for a year or two when we're in a pandemic, but to continue to put off our asset management means that later there will be a huge deficit that we'll need to overcome. So I just wanted to thank you for the work that you've done, both in past years, keeping the tax rate down when we felt that it really needed to be, and this year, again, keeping the tax rate down as low as possible while we try to make up for the years that were artificially suppressed. It's always easy for us up here to ask you to sharpen your pencil and go back and trim here and trim there, but we have to remember the unintended consequences of that. And can we go to the slide that shows the gap between us and the other municipalities? So we have to ask what our citizens are missing out on when we're $1,000 behind the rest of the municipalities in York Region. I wouldn't ask that we increase taxes by $1,000 for sure. I think this demonstrates that we are getting the best value for our tax dollar. If we're $1,000 below the average and we are still delivering for our residents, then I just want to applaud staff in every department for what they're doing to keep our taxes this low. So I'm very pleased with this budget, and I think that staff have really listened to council as we've gone through this line by line with you, and I'm very happy with where we're coming in. So I just wanted to thank you for that.
Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm concerned about the messaging that we haven't been working on asset management. And in fact, over the years, we have been contributing to our asset management reserves. They are not as healthy as we would like them to be, but we have by no means neglected that reserve. And I resent hearing that we haven't been, because I know we have, and we've worked hard to create that space in those reserves. Yes, we were told in the past that we were actually doing better than most municipalities in that respect. And yes, there is a huge gap between the amortized capital that we've used up and the reserves that we hold, but we're still in great shape from that perspective. And so I want to push back a little bit at that notion that we've kind of ignored it. We may need to step it up, and that's understood. But to say that we've been ignoring it is a bit of a misnomer, in my opinion. And the other comment I'd like to make is that chart, while it's distressing to some, it reflects the reality that we were operating in when we had less expenses because we had buildings that were closed and we didn't have the same amount of impact on our operating budget as well. And we were dealing with a circumstance that was very, very unusual for us. And quite frankly, we didn't update our strategic plan and change it, even though our world had been shaken fundamentally. My point on this whole point was to suggest or to point out that there are other municipalities who have consistently put through zeros or low rates of inflation on their tax base, and they continue to operate and deliver services for their municipalities, even as they have been growing. So while this may seem palatable to some, for me, it's not entirely palatable, and I think that there is some room for us to find some compromise and bring that tax rate a little bit lower. We've done it before, and we've still managed. I'm not saying that we need to go back to the days of zero, but certainly the amount that we're looking at today is, in my opinion, excessive. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments? Back to you, Mr. Marshall. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Lee.
Apologies, I was a little slow on raising my hand, Acting Mayor Cron. Thank you very much. So my comment previously about the strategic plan being a flexible document, from my fellow councillors' comments, in hindsight, as it has been said, then perhaps it would have been a good idea during a pandemic to adjust the strategic plan, and that we continue to keep an open mind if we, during these budget deliberations, need to make any tweaks to the strategic plan, that we are open to that possibility. Thank you.
Okay. All right, back to you, Mr. Marshall.
I'm going to pass the presentation on to Ms. Adema. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. Good morning, members of committee. This slide will be familiar to you as a recap of what we presented earlier on October 17th during the budget preview. That we'll review here the tax levy pressures that are expected for 2024. Better? Later today, we'll be reviewing budgets at the departmental level, but this is the summary for all tax-supported programs. Total pressure on the budget this year is approximately $3.4 million before we take into account in-year assessment growth and other revenues. New staffing requests and dedicated tax increases are included in this pressure. This can be summarized in three main areas. The first area of cost pressures comes from our base programs and services. The total increase on the base programs is approximately $1.4 million. Salaries and benefits account for approximately 2/3 of the town's tax-supported expenses, so the majority of this base pressure comes from this area. The amounts you see here include salary step and merit adjustments, benefit cost increases, and an allowance for cost of living increase for all staff, as well as an allowance for the upcoming collective agreement when it's finalized. Within the base program, there are also inflationary cost increases of approximately $100,000, specifically in our estimated insurance costs for 2024. Legislative changes, specifically relating to development charge changes and OMERS participation, also create a pressure on the base programs of approximately $200,000. The second area where we see net cost pressures of approximately $800,000 is in the growth-related and modernization of services. These pressures include new staffing requests that total approximately $460,000, and we'll go through these in detail in an upcoming slide. Other pressures that relate to growth are increased legal costs, new training opportunities for all staff to ensure skill levels are in line with the increased demands associated with a growing municipality and modernized systems, as well as additional software licensing costs. The third area where we see cost pressures is under service level enhancements. This category accounts for the multi-year funding strategies for the expected future operating costs of the Health and Active Living Plaza, as well as dedicated contributions to the asset management reserves. Included within this category is also enhancements to the benefit program of approximately $160,000, new staffing requests that relate to service level enhancements in the amount of approximately $480,000 make up the final component of service level enhancement. The funding strategies for these cost pressures comes from three main areas. The first area is in-year assessment growth. In 2024, this has grown slightly from past years and is expected to come in around 4%, or $1.1 million. The second area is a slight increase in our revenues in our recreation user fees that will assist in offsetting increased program costs in that area. This is just under $100,000. The final area available to fund these cost pressures in the tax-supported program is through a tax levy increase. The current required increase for budget pressures is approximately $2.2 million. This would equate to approximately $155 for the average household, or a 7.7% increase. Next slide. In the budget preview session on October 17th, we were asked by Council to provide comparisons of population growth and FTE increases. It's important to note here that, as with any growing organization, new resources are not always necessary to be added at the onset of a growth cycle. So these numbers are not always expected to align identical. As transaction volumes build, systems are modernized, and staff look for ways to do more with less. At some point, we reach a tipping point where we find further efficiencies, and managing the workloads with the same resource levels is no longer possible to keep up with the level of service our residents and businesses expect. It is at this point where new resources are required. On this slide, you can see population has grown by over 7,000 residents since 2018, an increase of 22%. FTEs have grown by 27 FTEs, which is reflective of 16%. The next slide will compare some of these percentages. While we have grown by 27 FTEs, it's also important to note that this has not been 27 FTEs that have impacted the tax levy. Since 2018, 13 of these positions have been conversions from existing contract dollars. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the addition of FTEs is not always aligned with population growth. While the population has grown by 7,000 residents, an increase of 22%, the FTEs have grown by 27, which is reflective of 16%. The graph on the left shows a year-by-year comparison of population growth in the green, alongside the FTE growth in the blue. The FTE growth does not exceed population growth until 2023. FTEs are added as resource demands cannot accommodate maintaining service levels with the increased volumes that come with a growing population. The graph on the right shows the cumulative gap between the percent changes in population versus the percent changes in FTEs. In 2018, the gap between the percentages was 16%. In 2023, this gap has grown to 29%. For the 2024 budget, we are at a point where we are requesting additional FTEs to accommodate the increased volumes that come with population growth. We are also requesting additional FTEs to accommodate the service level enhancement of opening the Health and Active Living Plaza. Next slide, please. This slide details the new staffing requests related to growth. The total cost column is a total operating cost, including salaries, benefits, annual operating costs such as software licensing, training, and professional development costs. Where possible, funding offsets have been utilized to reduce the tax levy impact. Detailed staffing requests for each of the positions are included in your budget binders and on the website, and will be reviewed in detail at the end of the departmental budget reviews. Next slide. Staffing requests not only come from workload pressures to keep up with growth, but in some cases, enhancing service levels is also a demand in a growing organization. In some of these cases, we have piloted programs and now need to formalize the positions that is offering those enhanced service levels. And in other cases, there are new positions to assist the staff team in delivering service excellence. Next slide, please. In addition to the new staffing requests previously described, we are nearing the final planning stages of the Health and Active Living Plaza. This slide shows the detailed staffing requests for 2024, as well as the expected estimated hire date of each of these positions. The cost of these staff will be funded from the existing multi-year funding strategy and will not have any additional tax levy impact. These positions have an estimated hire date in 2024, mostly of Q4 2024. Hire dates are subject to change as we move closer to accurately estimating an opening date for the facility. Next slide, please. In 2016, a multi-year funding strategy was created to begin to create tax room each year to offset the requirement of a large tax levy increase required in the opening year of new facilities. It is estimated that the net operating costs of the Health and Active Living Plaza will be approximately $1.7 million. This includes the proposal to have the library at that location open 7 days per week. The current funding that has been previously dedicated is $1.1 million. This amount is included in your base budget. There is approximately $526,000 remaining to fund before the opening of the Health and Active Living Plaza. This is the equivalent of a 1% dedicated tax increase over the next 2 years to reach that targeted operating cost. Next slide. As we have previously discussed, staff are currently working on asset management plans. Legislation requires that municipalities develop a financial strategy to fund asset management needs by 2025. In the meantime, we must look at other measures to ensure we keep pace with asset management needs. Our first measure is to fund what we use on an annual basis. Amortization expense is one of the estimates of the use of these assets. The first graph on the left compares the annual amortization to the annual reserve contribution. When amortization is used as an estimate of asset use, the current annual reserve contributions are not keeping pace. Second measure of asset management needs is to have enough in reserves to replace what you have used. An estimate to calculate this amount is accumulated amortization. The graph on the right side of the slide compares the town reserve balances against the accumulated amortization, or the amount to date of the consumed assets. When we review reserve balances individually, there are pressures noted on the roads reserve relating to bridges, as well as park structures reserve, where there is no annual budgeted contribution. These factors indicate a need to increase the asset management reserve contributions for tax-supported assets. A dedicated contribution to asset management began last year and is recommended to be included again for 2024. Next slide, please. Each year, as part of the Mayor and Council budget, an amount of funding is allocated under community initiatives to support the advisory committees, working groups, and community groups. The base budget includes the amounts approved as regular expenses in 2022, but does not include any changes in requests. As part of the funding commitment, groups are asked to provide an annual report explaining how the funds were used in the community. These detailed reports are available in the supplemental information section of your budget binder and as well on the website. Requests have been reviewed by the Subcommittee of Council and will be reviewed in detail when we review the Mayor and Council section of the budget during these discussions. This table shows a summary of the change requests that have been received by each group. Next slide, please. In summary, based on 2016 assessed values, 1% equals approximately $20 to the average home value of $661,000, which means the proposed increase for 2024 is approximately equivalent to $155 per year for the average homeowner in East Gwillimbury, or approximately 7.7%. As noted on this slide, this increase is broken down between the three categories as already discussed: base programs that include inflationary and legislative pressures, growth-related pressures, and finally, service level enhancements. This budget allows for the existing programs and services with the related growth to continue. It maintains a focus on modernization and transformation so that we can utilize technology to offer improved services and enhance service levels to residents. Next slide. In addition to the tax-supported and capital budgets, we'll also be reviewing the proposed development and fee-supported budget for 2024. These budgets are supported by fees and do not require additional tax funding. As fee revenue fluctuates year over year, reserves exist for each of the 5 main areas to help balance these fluctuations. In all of these areas combined, the main increase in expenditures that we see is related to salaries and benefits, totaling approximately $41,000. Revenues are expected to decrease by approximately $1.1 million. These budgets will be discussed during the departmental reviews for each section. Happy to pause here, Mr. Chair, for any questions before we move to capital.
Any questions from committee? Carry on.
Thank you, Ms. Adima. Next slide, please. So new capital requests for 2024 total $25.5 million. A large part of the program for 2024 is for asset repair, replacement, and development. So you'll see about half of the funding comes from the town's reserves as opposed to development charges. The 10-year program that's forecasted is approximately $273.2 million. Over half of that is for growth-related projects that would be funded from development charges. Next slide, please. So this is a view of the capital program by department. And as you can see for 2024, 70% of the costs are for work in engineering and public works. And for the 10-year program, Parks, Recreation, and Culture and Engineering and Public Works makes up approximately 80% of the program for the 10-year period. Next slide, please. So there are 77 new project funding requests for 2024, totaling $25.5 million. These are some of the more significant in terms of dollar value projects that are listed in the program. These make up approximately $19 million of that $25.5 million, or 75% of the program. And interesting to note that 4 projects, road rehabilitation, bridge rehabilitation, and the 2 revitalization projects make up $15 million or 60% of the total program for 2024. Next slide, please. So in addition to those projects, there is approximately 140 projects totaling $104 million that were approved in prior budgets that are still active. And the most significant one is the Health and Active Living Plaza, which makes up 75% of that total. So the other significant projects are listed here, and as we go through our discussions with the departments, they'll get into some of these, more detail on these projects as well. Next slide, please. So as I indicated earlier, we'll be bringing forward the water and wastewater budget on December 7th. And I guess we'll be, as we go through this, we'll be sending out the proposed budget submissions in the next week to week and a half. And as a spoiler alert, since 2/3 of the costs of the operating program is for regional servicing, and the region is proposing a 3.3% increase on their rates, that will be one of the major pressures on the budget for the operating program. So, next slide, please. So we always like to end off with this slide to give some guidance during the discussions on the budget deliberations. We've mentioned it earlier, but we like to keep this up there just to make sure everyone remembers that 1% tax increase represents $295,000 on the budget. And the permutations of that, 0.1% and 0.001. So happy to answer any further questions on that.
Councillor Johns?
Thank you, Councillor Cronin. Just, you put that there for our purposes, but for the folks at home, what does 1% mean again to them in actual dollars? So this is for us from a budgeting perspective, but when we're talking 1%, what is the average for 1% for the folks that are sitting at home watching this?
So through you, Mr. Chair, a 1% increase on the average home is $20.
Sorry, $20?
$20.
Thank you.
Any other questions from committee? Okay, carry on.
So that's the end of our presentation. So we'll just get set up here and we'll get into some deliberations.
Thank you very much. Could I have a mover to accept the presentation? Moved by Councillor Johns. Do I need a seconder in? No. So moved by Councillor Johns. All in favor? None opposed? Motion is carried. All right, and we're going to go through the departmental review now.
So through you, Mr. Chair, before we get into the deliberations, I just wanted to mention the second addendum that we sent out Friday afternoon. Apologies for being late, but it basically adjusts the capital program for one project, and that one project ripples through some of the schedules that we have here. So the previously approved capital, the 10-year, and the reserve continuity are all impacted by the additional project for the bridges and design updates. We also made a couple of minor corrections on a couple of the handouts that we had provided in Addendum 1. And this also has the a summary of the survey that we had put online for budget, for the budget responses. So it provides a summary document of what we heard through the online survey.
Councillor Johns?
Did we get those updated sheets printed out with the addendum too? Were they printed out?
Yes.
Did everybody get them? Oh, I didn't see them there. Thank you.
So with that, we can start our departmental discussions. So we're going to try to, instead of bouncing back and forth, we're going to try to follow the book this year, although when I say that, we're going to skip the mayor and council section and leave that until day 2, where it will also be in line with the community groups as well. So I'd like to refer you to page 21 of your binder, or if you're online, page 17, where the Office of the CAO will be going through their budget with CAO Valchich going through it.
Go ahead, Mr. Valchich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So normally in the past, the CAO budget would be the last one, but in the spirit of breathing some new energy into the budget process and shaking things up a little bit, I'm going to start things off this year. So there's a number of things that I'll go through, but I'll start on page 21 just by reiterating that the Office of the CAO is basically the CAO and the executive assistant. In the past, we've had HR as part of that area as well, but you'll notice for 2024, that's now part of the corporate services area. If there's no questions, I'll just continue to page 22, which really speaks to the high-level priorities and objectives. Again, something that's a little bit different this year. In the past, this section was essentially kind of picked from the various departmental areas, and it became kind of a short list of items that were elsewhere in the binder. We've tried to, there'll be a little, you'll see a little bit of that here, but it really is trying to take a higher level look at what I believe are the primary overarching areas that are going to be really important from my perspective in 2024. So you can see continued work on business planning, as well as continuing to drive our continuous improvement program. Our employee engagement is going to continue to be another area of high priority. And also, as we look at various evolving legislation, this has been really interesting year in 2023 in terms of changing legislation and the demands. And that goes through peaks and valleys. I would say 23 was a peak. We had lots of changes in 23, so I suspect that we'll continue to have areas of legislative focus that will impact our business in 24 as well. So moving on then to, I will talk now. Well, we don't have. I'm going to go right to the budget sheet, which is on page 24. Really, the only thing that's happening here, there is some COLA and steps that are being provided for. Those are provided for centrally, so you won't see them at the departmental level at this point. But Mr. Marshall and Ms. Adima will speak to that in terms of the overall provisions that are provided for centrally. A couple of notable changes, though, in the Office of the CAO budget. What's referred to as contingency, which is really, the word contingency I don't really like, but it's a provision for things that we can't necessarily anticipate when the year starts. Right now that number is, was traditionally, well, it was a little higher traditionally, but it's in 23 it was at 55,000. Just to put that into perspective, that's about 1/5 of 1% of a tax rate, so it's a very modest provision. That's been moved to a central account now, and so you'll see it on the central schedule, and Mr. Marshall can speak to that. We are recommending that be bumped to about 1/3 of 1% of a tax rate. So we're looking for a slightly more in that category, but still a very, very modest amount. And again, that would be for things that you can't anticipate. So 23 would be a great example, as we had to bring in external parties to assist us in reviewing some of the changes being imposed by the province, as we have things that come up through the year from a business planning point of view that aren't anticipated. That's where we would go to have just a little bit of funds that can be used across the organization for support, studies, purchases, whatever that might be. And again, putting it into perspective, about 1/3 of 1% is what we're recommending, which I believe is a very modest amount. The other item that's in here that's changing is the uniforms, corporate attire, and safety clothing. It's a small amount, it's $8,000, but it's being moved to the human resources budget where it's probably more appropriately maintained because that's where it's administered. So I don't really have anything else really to say on that budget. It's there's not a lot happening there other than the items that I mentioned. So Mr. Chair, if there's any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Any questions from committee? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you. Regarding the contingency funds, historically, have we exceeded that budget line? And are there not reserves that we could tap into, tax stabilization reserves, those sorts of things? I'm just looking for a little bit more of information. I understand in the past why we had that, but I'm not sure we've needed it, or perhaps we have and we've exceeded it, and that's why we need to increase the line.
Go ahead, Mr. Valchich.
Mr. Chairman, certainly in 2023, we've exceeded it. I would suggest that we have, I would call it needed that in the past. However, I think from an accounting point of view, we've tended to account for some of those unknowns through other areas. And so what I would like is maybe just a little bit more, I don't know what the word is, but maybe just a little bit more of a focus on if there are unknowns, that in fact it go there, and that then staff are in a position to in fact explain that at the end of the year, as opposed to suggesting we didn't need it, but in fact what we've done is we've costed those elsewhere in the budget. So I will also say, if that budget isn't needed, it is absolutely not spent. So it is not something that is a given that it'll be expended. And so our hope is that in fact we wouldn't need it, and it would end up being part of a year-end surplus position. But it does give staff just a little latitude. To Councillor Roy DiClemente's point, though, if we really did have something extraordinary that was going to be material in nature, we would need to come back to council and use a reserve of some form, or get special approval for expenditure. So this is to deal with things that we believe are appropriately dealt with at the staff level.
Go ahead.
I think,
Councillor.
thank
Carry
you.
on.
Just further to Mr. Valchich's comments, I think perhaps whether it's the mid-year or the year-end surplus discussion, maybe there's a line in the report that says this is what we used it for, just so that we know that we set a budget and we stuck to it, and we all understand that there are things that happen in year that you didn't anticipate, and this is where it came from, rather than tapping into the reserves when we thought we had savings and we didn't want to touch them. Thank you.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Acting Mayor Crone, to CAO Valchich. So you referred to a central account where these provisional funds will be put into a fund. So is my understanding correct that this fund has contingency money from other departments too, and it's one lump provisional fund now? And if so, what page number is that on, and where would I see that fund and what the total amount is in it?
So through you, Mr. Chair. So traditionally, we've only had one contingency amount, and that was held in the CAO's office. You'll see on page 10 of the binder, there's the summary of our operating program. There's a line item that's called contingency, and that holds a couple of things right now. It holds the CAO's formerly what we would consider the CAO's contingency. It also holds provisions for our cost of living allowance and collective agreement negotiations as well. But right now, the total for the contingency that's proposed for the operating program was $55,000, and now it's moving up to $100,000.
Okay, thank you very much. I can't find that exact page with that exact line right now, but I think during a break I'll ask for your support in finding that. Thank you.
Okay. Any Councillor Carruthers?
It's on page 10.
Are there any other questions? Madam Clerk, do we need a resolution to accept this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, traditionally, there's when we're going through the individual departments, if it's the committee's wish, we can entertain a resolution to receive the 2024 tax supported budget review and
to have it approved in principle. So we have worked with our finance department to craft some language for the committee's consideration, should you wish to do that today.
Could you maybe throw that up on the screen for us?
Certainly. Just bear with me for one moment, please.
Go ahead. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
So, no capital projects or open capital projects in the CAO's budget at this time? Or do we do those separately?
Ms. Adema, you're,
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are none
Okay.
for 2024.
Thank you. Or 2023.
okay. All right, we have the resolution up on the screen. Everyone give it a quick read. Councillor Carruthers is happy to move it. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Thank you. All right, who's next on the list?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we're going to continue the momentum with CAO Valchich doing the corporate services budget, which is on page 25 in your binder, or if you're following online, page 21.
Over to you, Mr. Velchich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I've changed hats, and now I'm on to corporate services. And so if you move to page 25 of 336 in your binder, you can see the areas that are under corporate services as planned for 2024. And as I mentioned earlier, looks a little bit different because you won't see the clerk's office in 2024, even though we had it in 23. And you also see human resources, which is being kind of rebranded as people and belonging. And so that is really the overview of the structure of corporate services. If you move to page 26, I'll just highlight briefly the priorities. You'll see a number of the priorities. These are not new to council, or maybe for the most part even to the public that's watching, if they've been watching in the past, as we've gone through the business planning discussion back in September. Just a couple of highlights. Continue to have a strong focus on some of our environmental work that we're doing centrally with Ms. Ross. I would say in customer service, it's really the continued implementation and expansion of use of our customer relationship management solution, and really striving to increase those service standards and service options to residents, so they are receiving service in the best way that works for them at a time and place that works for them. You can see under the culture of municipal excellence on page 27, the EG You Belong employee strategy, one of our really significant areas of focus in 2023, and it'll continue in 24, is to build on that strategy document, and really that has been intended to address a number of the areas that were identified through the most recent employee survey. So we continue to strive to address areas and issues of interest and concern to our employees. And you'll see a continued focus on enhanced training and development. And I know that's an area, and we did hear during the one-on-ones that, is there any possibility of kind of perhaps pausing or even paring back a little bit on training? It's not an area we would recommend doing that, and largely because as a very lean organization, part of the way that we've been able to stay that lean is by ensuring that we have the very best staff with the very best skills and the very best tools to deliver programs and services efficiently and effectively. So as we continue to modernize and strive for continuous improvement, training is a big part of that. And I would also emphasize that training even comes in, we don't often talk about it in this regard, but in the areas of security, and I'm thinking of system security in particular. one of our sort of lines of defense, if you want to call it, in terms of cybersecurity is the ongoing training of our staff to be able to identify threats and not sort of be tempted to open files or otherwise that might be problematic for our system. So that's again just part of sort of that comprehensive security planning is training as well. So it sort of affects many things, and training as well in 2024 will also tie to some of the enhanced work we're trying to do. Previously, we called performance review. We're going to continue to do performance management, but we're really calling it career development review now as we kind of relabel some of these things. And that's coming with some significant training across the system, because not all individuals that move into supervisory roles or managerial roles have necessarily been formally trained in how to give and provide and receive feedback from employees, how to coach and mentor, how to think in terms of succession planning. So there's a whole host of things that we'd like to do to just raise the bar a little bit within our organization on some of those pieces that we believe are very important. That's all I'm going to say in terms of the priorities, Mr. Chairman. With your permission, I'll go over to page 28.
I'll first ask if there's any questions from committee at this point. Seeing none, carry on.
So I won't go through all of these charts, but what I am going to suggest is there's one of the charts here, a couple of the charts, the corporate training hours and the average number of sick days per employee. I'm going to ask that those be removed. The reason I'm saying that is, in looking at some of the data that supports this, I'm not sure that those trend lines are accurate, and so we want to do a little bit more work on those ones. We'll bring those back to a future meeting, but I would ask that we maybe not accept those at this point in time, because I think there's maybe some data we need to review a little bit. I don't have any reason to believe that the data around increasing numbers of resumes, postings, interviews, those generally are reflecting the trends that we're seeing as we're starting to grow. If you move over to page 30 of 336, I did talk a little bit about technology and cybersecurity. You can see, we continue to slightly increase in the number of devices managed. What's really interesting about this one is, whereas traditionally, particularly for office technical and support staff, they were sort of tied to a desk, you might say, because they had a desktop computer, a keyboard, a screen, etc. In essence, now you'll see these briefcases that staff are carrying around, which is really their office, their mobile office. And so we've now got staff that may be at our operations center, they may be at the sports complex, they may be at a function supporting a business opening, and they're in their car, and they can literally what we call work from anywhere. So it's really been wonderful to be able to become much more adaptive and flexible in how and where we work. Along with that, reliance on more technology is making sure that we're ensuring that we're taking every reasonable precaution we can around risk management for cyber threats. And so you can see that the number of sort of attacks that are identified through a whole series of processes and tools and training that we have is there. We don't go into those details, of course, in the public session, but suffice to say that EG is no different than the rest of the planet in that, it is a world that is, having increasing threats around cybersecurity, and we do our best to stay ahead of that. And touch wood, we've done a good job so far. You see the, on page 30, the bottom left, digital forms, dashboards, and automations. Really, the 2019 to 2021 period was in large part about putting technology tools in place, and now you're starting to see those tools in place and us starting to really deliver higher levels of output in terms of functional uses that our operating departments are benefiting from. So you're seeing lots more digital forms, automations, apps on phones, that is not only making the job easier for staff, but more productive per unit of time. And I think you heard Mr. Mazzotta at the modernization presentation recently talk about what they were able to do in an 8-week period, going out and capturing data points for parks and recreation facilities and trails, something that would have taken multiple months longer in the past, now is done while they're in the field. And so we're really proud of that. If you move to page 31, you can see customer service and communications. We are seeing sort of our estimated interactions with customers in 2023 being reasonably comparable to 22, but we're also seeing the number of service requests going up quite significantly. So what I would suggest to you is we are starting to see more activity, but there's also activity being handled through self-serve options that doesn't necessarily need to come through the customer service desk. And then if you move over to page 32 of 336, there's some environmental stats there. I know we did have some questions in our one-on-ones about the bottom right, and just so it's not misleading, because it does talk about planting trees and removing cars and round trips from Vancouver to Halifax, but those are not things that we're necessarily doing at the town. What they're intended to be is simply equivalencies, because of the way we have now adopted kind of this work from anywhere approach, where you don't necessarily need people to drive to the office every day. There's a lot of CO2 emissions that are being reduced as a result of less travel. And so the equivalency is in terms of, planting 1,700 trees or removing 9 cars off the road or taking 14 round trips to Vancouver from Halifax or vice versa. So that's just a little bit of context on some of those metrics. If there's any questions, Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to answer, or at that point we can move on to the details.
Councillor Carruthers, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. I love this chart and how it's spelt out how we're helping the environment. And I would challenge every department for the next business plan to make sure that they have priorities around the environmental pillar, because not everyone does. And I think that there's a role for every member of staff, every department within the town to be supporting environmental initiatives. And so I just put that challenge out there now for next year. I'd love to see priorities from every department in this area. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, carry on.
So, Mr. Chairman, on page 33 of 336, we have the overall budget summary. Just to highlight that the increase in part-time staffing level for customer service relates largely to the work we're doing at the sports complex. As council will know, staff were asked to increase service level by providing sort of multiple locations for residents to take care of their business, whether they're out watching a hockey game or they're at the Civic Center, so they're not having to go to different facilities to take care of picking up blue bin or paying a tax bill and that sort of thing. Although the program was not fully rolled out in 23, we are finding it's quite successful, and there's good positive feedback on that. So this really just starts to operationalize that to a greater level in 24 moving forward, so that the customer experience, whether you're at the sports complex or at this building, is somewhat comparable. And again, just in the interest of providing added convenience to residents. Corporate-wide training, I talked a little bit about the importance of training earlier, we also are looking to do some additional work on succession planning and a framework for that in 24. And I did speak earlier about the $8,000 for safety clothing. And then there's a modest adjustment there for increased advertising as it relates to recruitment. Mr. Chairman, if you move to page 34, now it gets into sort of more of the details. I won't go through the chart itself because I think it's explained by the contextual comments on the previous page, but happy to try and answer any questions you might have or have the operating department leads provide additional context if required.
Do members of committee have any questions? Councillor Roy T. Clemente.
I do. I have two. The first one being the increase in part-time staffing levels to kind of enhance the customer service experience. Would that not be more appropriately called a service level increase because we are adding? So I wonder whether it belongs in the operating budget or whether it becomes a new initiative with a staffing demand because it is a service level increase, so that we're mindful of the fact that in this case, we're trying to do more within the same funding envelope.
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest that that is a service increase that was requested. I guess the reason it's here is because it was piloted in the operating budget in 23, so we've left it in to fully operationalize it in 24, but you're absolutely correct. It wasn't, we did have that service provided previously, but only at this location. So by offering it at multiple locations, in fact, there is a service increase.
I think it might be helpful if we had a better understanding of how the pilot went. Obviously, anecdotally, it made sense. It was something that we had asked for because we were hearing it from the community. So how did the pilot go? And if we're rolling it out to other locations, there must be a capital request as well, because I don't know if all of our facilities have the ability to have blue bins stacked up and staff desks and so on. So I'd like to hear more about it from that perspective.
Mr. Chairman, just wondering if Ms. Hanna is in a position today to provide a little more context, or certainly we can take it away and come back, but whatever you prefer, Ms. Hanna, if you're in, I'll leave it to you.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, anecdotally, I can share today, we've received positive feedback from the community, which you yourselves as well seem to have heard in the community, that having that ability to be able to come pay your tax bill, pick up your blue bins and green bins has been helpful with the extended hours through the sports complex. We've also found there has been times this year where there's been something that happens in this facility, and so we're able to redirect residents to go there. So that has been very helpful. I can provide additional detail in follow-up as well, which might be helpful, but to your point about the capital costs, at this point there are no capital costs suggested because we've been able to roll that in using the tools that we have currently. We do have a capital project that we're suggesting may come in the following year just to retrofit the front of that desk slightly, but at this point there's no capital costs, so just the service level increase, which I think it could be appropriate to move that if requested by council.
Thank you.
Councillor Johns, you had a question?
Thanks, Councillor Crone. I'm just looking at the 2024 uncommitted reserves continuity schedule, and then I'm looking at under the asset replacement dash 2058 on the reserve of the information technology. Is that being funded by the transfer on the contribution to reserves from this specific department for the information technology? Is that where that 80,000 shows up on the sheet?
Mr. Chairman, that reserve is funded in two ways. The 80,000 does come from the corporate services transfer contribution to reserve, and then there's also traditionally been an amount carved out of any year-end surplus. It's typically been in the neighborhood of about 500,000 that goes into that reserve as well from actuals at year-end.
sorry, can I break up what you just said into two parts? So the first part on the 80,000, so that 80,000, that is a line that is documented on the forecast into the continuity schedule. Outside of what you just said on that 500,000, that 80,000 is like our information technology investments, as we've been hearing in deputations, presentations, and obviously through budget, that is a growing number. Is this 80,000 into our reserves, is this a growing number as well historically? Is this 80,000 up, or is this 80,000 a trend line that's going down?
Mr. Chairman, the 80,000 has actually gone down a little bit, or let's call it maintained its status, in part because as we've gone to more cloud-based software solutions, we've been able to reduce some of our hardware that we maintain in terms of our servers and that sort of thing that we would have typically maintained to keep solutions maintained on site. So we've been able to reduce costs there. Where we're seeing the offset, where costs are increasing, is on software licensing. You've definitely seen that line increase in the last few years. But what that does for us in terms of cost benefit is not only are updates now automatically provided through the vendor sort of in a seamless fashion to us, but there's also security that comes along with that cloud-based operating model that is a little more secure for us than maintaining all of that in-house. So that's just a little bit more context. I don't know if that fully answers your question.
Yeah, it does. It's great that we are saving, and I see what you were saying on that. I would just like to call out in that information technology reserve line, like in 2023, the opening balance was the 2 million, and then we did spend in projects for the 1.6, and at the end of this year, that number is down from 2023 by close to $1 million, and we're only putting $80,000 into it. So I just want to highlight that, and then I will come back to the other comment there you made so I can better understand what you made on the first response to my question on the second part, which you said about $500,000 coming back in. I'm not quite sure I understand that. Are you speaking about the general capital on Reserve 2030? On that line where that money would go, because I don't see it reflective on the information technology line.
So it's three, Mr. Chair. So every year we do an annual surplus report, and when we get our surpluses, we allocate those surpluses to reserves. So traditionally, over the past 3 to 4 years, we've allocated about 500,000 of that surplus into the asset management reserve for information technology. So we're anticipating that if we have a surplus for 2023, approximately the same amount will get put into that reserve.
Thank you. And that's a policy that we set, or?
Council approves the allocation.
Great. And so, but that, well, that's not reflective in what I'm looking at.
Through you, Mr. Chair. It's not, because it's not a guaranteed amount. So we only put what's budgeted in this statement here.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
No, thank you. I did have a second question, and that's page 34. The budget for consultants is going up by 49%. It's basically, we're seeing an additional $40,000 in there. I know that we've increased the training costs, but what's the consultant for?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you, if you go back to page 33, there's a line in there that says an increase of approximately 40,000 in consulting is to conduct human resources policy reviews, as well as create a succession planning framework for the organization. So that's what that is intended to focus on in 2024. So we're doing, just for clarity, we're doing a major review of all HR policies. It's required a major revamp, and so we're going through all of it, as well as putting a framework document together to help us with our sort of a little better multi-year resource planning, including succession planning. So this is going to assist us to get some help in the door to make that happen in '24.
So this isn't something that we do every year?
It is not typically something we do every year. So if the inference is, should this be operating budget or could this be reserve draw, it could most certainly be. I don't want to anticipate the question, but if that was the question,
We've worked
then
together long enough, Mr. Balchich. Yes, there's the question. Should it be a capital project?
if that's the question, certainly that could be a capital project as opposed to an operating budget increase.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? All right, carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So that's it then for the tax-supported schedule. I'm now going to move to previously approved capital, if that's okay. And that would be in your addendum from November 9th. It was addendum package number 2, and it's got a blue coloring on the top, just so everybody is looking at the same one. Mr. Marshall's nodding, so I think I've got the right schedule. So, Mr. Chairman, as long as everybody's got that, so I am going to direct your attention to, well, the rows aren't numbered here, but if you go to just under, I guess we're starting right at the top, other than the clerks. Is that correct, Mr. Marshall? Okay. So strategy and administration, I think it's about the 4th row down. We're just going to go through those. So you can see in the asset management, that's a project you're well aware of. That's continuing through 2024. That's a multi-year initiative, and it's also tied to provincial regulations, but I do want to emphasize that regardless of whether there were provincial regulations to do this or not, it is simply good business practice. You see a number of items there for sustainability, environmental strategy, climate change action plan, thinking green standards. Those were previously approved capital projects, but Ms. Ross is implementing those over this term of council. So not surprisingly, some of those are not yet initiated, so you can see that those budgets are still intact. If you move down to communications, the website work is planned to be completed in December of 2024, so that'll carry into 24. And again, the major revamping has been done to our website, but there is ongoing work as we continue to offer kind of customer service, self-serve options and that sort of thing. So the website is a key portal for us to make sure that residents can access those in a standardized fashion. The CRM, you can see that is largely completed for that phase. Phase 1 is complete. Phase 2 is now underway, and I will indicate to you that when we get to the capital projects, the modernization program in 2024 does continue to make further investment in our CRM as part of that budget request. You can see training in there. There's an outstanding issue around signs. With the digital signs, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to ask Ms. Hannah just to speak a little bit to digital signs if we could. Because you can see right now it's showing as 0% spent. That was a 2022 capital project, so there was a little bit of a delay in sort of getting that one implemented. But Ms. Hannah, can you provide a little bit more context for that one?
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair. This project was a multi-year capital project that we put in place beginning in 2022. So just with staff on leave and then returning, that project was just on hold. We have been preparing to allocate those funds in the later half of this year. So we do have some investigations underway, and that will replace the ticker signs that are attached to the outside facility boards. And so we're just updating that, and the signs will be modernized to be more of like a visual display, not quite a quality of a TV, but a lot more enhanced than where we are right now. And you'll notice there is some weathering on the outside of some of those signs, so it is definitely time for us to do that. And depending on weather, we would anticipate that implementation of those would be in likely Q2 next year. So we are looking forward to do that, and the back end work is happening right now.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. So moving on, security administration application support. That one is, again, some of the in-house training that we do for tools and technology. And you'll see that continuing as part of our modernization program in '24. Some of the past modernization program investments, we would look to see those starting to wind up and close down those budget envelopes. Where possible, and this is an example where we've got budget provisions in place, if we either don't need them in the given year, or if due to capacity limits, we simply can't get to everything that we would love to get to, those budgets are not expended. And so they carry forward, and then at some point either are closed or are used to reduce future year requests. The annual security audit and cyber breach support, if I'm not mistaken, you will not see that in 2024. It doesn't mean that we're not doing it in 2024, but again, some of the carryover funds that are available will be used to do our annual IT cybersecurity tests that we run. We do a number of things through the year to proactively ensure that we are as capable of dealing with any of those threats as possible. And then you've got the annual hardware replacement program as well. You can also see under CA 22001, salary and benefit fairness review, sometimes referred to as a market review, and we see that happening in 2024. And that is the end of the open capital projects or carry forward.
Any questions from committee? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's three lines. The Security Administration and Application Support Program was in 2022, and we've still only spent 27% of that budget. So I'm thinking that if it's something that's ongoing, then perhaps that should be an operating expense rather than a capital expense that stays open for more than 2 years. Secondly, we've got two annual security audits, one from 2022 and one from 2023. Between the two projects, we budgeted $60,000, and as of now, we've spent $24,500. So we've spent less than 40% of what we expended there. So I'd like to suggest that we close some or all, and if it's an annual thing, then that should be something that rolls into operating as well. And I'm also like to inquire about the annual hardware replacement program, the project. It's very unusual that a capital project goes over budget, and this one went over budget by 164%. Do we have any commentary on that?
I'll comment first on the items related to the items that Councillor Roy DiClemente indicated perhaps should be operating. I would agree that there probably are positions that need to be transferred over time into operating, as well as some of the ongoing operating security testing and training that we do. We did not do that in 2024 because if we were to do that, that would have been yet again additional pressure on the tax levy. And so we felt that for 2024, it was probably at a threshold that we did not wish to propose going beyond. But over time, I do agree that we're going to see some of these things needing to be moved into operations for sure. Mr. McNeil, I'm just wondering if you could speak to the annual hardware replacement program, which looks like it had a budget of $55,000 in 23, but we've expended about 90 this year.
I'm a rookie at this, sorry. Apologies. Good morning, and through you, Mr. Valchik, or Madam, Mr. Chairperson. On hardware, hiring a staff directly correlates to the quality or the quantity, rather, of hardware that we purchase for staff. So as we move to more mobile devices or in-field computing, we would purchase new phones for that, or mobile devices. We're very lean in that regard. Or we buy new laptops, monitors, and workstations for staff as well that weren't projected earlier in the year when the budgets, or the previous year when the budgets were set. Directly correlates to the number of new staff.
Okay. Councillor Roy DiClemente, any follow-up?
Not on that particular item, but the security audit and cyber breach support program, is there a capital project in 2024 proposed? I didn't delve into it closely enough to see that.
Are you, Mr. Chairman, through you to Councillor Roy DiClemente, are you looking at CS 22006? I know it's a little small.
I apologize. I don't normally wear reading glasses in public, and so I left them behind.
So you're talking, so maybe just
I believe so.
Annual security audit and cyber breach.
Yes.
Support.
Yes,
Because we did not expend the amount in 22 and 23 that we thought we might, we're simply going to use those carry forward funds to continue the program. So we're not abandoning that initiative in 24. We are just not requesting additional funds because we have funds that we can carry forward. So in the interest of not asking for more when we haven't used what we have, we want to use up what we have before we come before you to ask for more.
And it would appear that you have more than enough, since you've only spent 10 and 13 in each of those years, and you've got 60% of your budget left.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would say that's a great thing, because if we have cyber breach support that exceeds the budget, that means we've been penetrated and we have problems. So we would actually love to see that one not exceeding the budget or not even meeting the budget. So the modest amount that you do see is for the proactive testing that we do from a third party that comes in, and we have a modest provision there. In the event that there is a breach, then we would need to immediately activate our cyber breach response protocol. I'm very thankful that we have not had to do that in the last couple of years.
Thank you.
That's definitely another way of looking at it. So, any other questions from committee? Okay, carry on.
Mr. Chairman, I believe now we're moving to the capital section of corporate services. So I am going to suggest that you move to section 4. Is that appropriate, Mr. Marshall? Section 4 of the binder? And we can look at the capital projects proposed for 2024. So I'm on page, well, if the numbering's right, 101 of 336, is that correct? Okay. 101 of 336. So I'm going to go down to Mr. Chair, I'm just going to ask Mr. Marshall, would it be better to go to the individual capital sheets and flip through, or just go through the summary, and then if there's questions, refer to the detail pages? What would you recommend?
I suggest you go through do the summary, and if there's any questions,
Okay.
go to the detail.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to stay then on page 101, and I'm right now just going down through the section that's entitled Corporate Services, so it's the second section of that summary on page 101. So regulatory asset management, I'm not going to elaborate. I think everyone's familiar with that project, and so that money has been set aside for that purpose, and we have previously come before you in the workshop with our work plan, and at that point, I believe council was supportive of the work plan to move forward with our asset management compliance in accordance with provincial regulations, and that is just the funding that you've seen before for that purpose. You've got under communications some internal facility digital advertising. Now on this one, if I'm not mistaken, it referred to 2 facilities. Is that correct, Ms. Hannah? But I did want to clarify, because there were some questions during our one-on-ones. I think maybe the write-up may have left some just a little bit confused. So, Ms. Hannah, can you just provide a little bit of extra clarity on the internal facility digital advertising capital proposal?
Absolutely. Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. The write-up of this project justification can definitely be amended on review. It was a little bit confusing and misleading. It refers to 2 internal TVs, which are part of a total, but it's actually a project for 7 TVs in total. So what that would be is TVs and advertising at several of our facilities. So that would include 2 at the sports complex, 1 at the Holland Landing, 1 at Ross Family, and then 2 internals additionally. So that would include the Civic Center and the Operations Center in the lunchrooms. And so that would be a partnership for the internal with HR to sort of communicate internal items, maybe staff events, job postings, anything that we need to share internally. And then the external would be a way for us to communicate digital advertising. To Councillor Carruthers' point about trying to have a priority related to environmental, that was part of our reasoning in suggesting these TVs. They modernize our advertising to ensure that we can, just from one desk, roll out advertising to all of our facilities within a means of our own control. So right now there are TVs that exist at some of our facilities, but that advertising is done through a third party, and we don't have the full control of what the setup of those TVs look like. So this lets us take those TVs back over, have us have one central location and control that, rather than sending printed posters out and putting them up on the bulletin board. So it's just a way to modernize. The image that you see within the capital project is similar to what you see in other facilities. I believe that one came from the Bradford facility, and so it is sort of like the next wave of advertising and sort of our way to help reduce that environmental cost, as well as just modernize and create efficiencies for our team.
Mr. Chairman,
Councillor Johns, I believe Councillor Johns has a question.
So it's more of a comment. Like when I saw that, let me just take a step back, I think. I'm fully supportive of whatever it is that we need to do, and then what I do is I go look at the funding source. And so part of the funding source for this is you can see that the breakdown on page 109 is coming out of the facility reserve. So I might question, is that really, okay, fine. Then you could say, well, information technology reserve. And is that information technology reserve coming out of that, what I referenced earlier, or is that coming out of a different one?
Who wants to answer that?
Mr. Chairman, it would be, well,
believe
I
it's
was
the
going to
same
say it was the one you referenced earlier,
Yeah.
but maybe I should just point to which one it is to make sure we're talking about the same one.
So one that would be getting funded by $80,000.
Yes, correct. That would be that one.
So I just wanted to call that out, and then if we jump ahead in our capital, then we can jump to, I know you're going to speak to that, but I just wanted to speak to it all at once. There's a network infrastructure repair and replacement at $20,000, and then there is audio video automation upgrades, and that is for $10,000. And then there's another one that is call center replacement through repair and replacement. That one's 50,000. So if, like, we are doing this, so we are spending money out of the reserve, and I am okay to spend money out of the reserve, and that's totally fine, but we need to acknowledge the fact that we have ripped that budget down in 1 year by $1 million, and there's $1 million left in it, and we're only replacing it at 80,000 a year. So as we go through these items, I am fine to wholly support the staff, but the hill I'm going to die on is this asset replacement, and I'm going to be like a broken record on it because we are not adequately funding at the rate in which we are spending. And I'm not saying that we haven't adequately funded in the past. What I'm saying, based on what our spending is, we aren't keeping up. And so, and further, just to reinforce your comment, we're actually putting less into it than we did previously. And so, those are my comments at a high level. I'm happy to support the staff and the projects based on what their desires are and needs are for this capital budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'll continue. I think asset management is certainly a larger discussion that you're going to probably hear throughout much of the budget deliberation. So I won't speak specifically to this at this point. I think Councillor Roy DiClemente, though, wanted to make a comment before I proceed.
Sorry, go ahead, Councillor Wright.
Thank you. I guess where I'm sitting is I'd like to better understand this project. If we've modernized and have equipped virtually every staff member with a laptop, a phone, an iPad or something, it seems to me that the number of people who don't have access to email, who don't have access to the digital versions of the emails that get sent out that we're trying to push out information to, the need to print out printed posters to inform our staff seems to have been reduced. I don't know if a $25,000 project for TVs for internal communications is perhaps the best use of our dollars. The ones that are shown here are blank. I don't know if there's an offset where we're going to be selling advertising on this. You know, the show here, and I know they do this in Aurora, there's local real estate agents and local dance studios and so on that are advertising in those spaces, and so there's a revenue offset. I sense that this is an internal communications tool, and I feel like we may have invested in other areas that would give us that same output at less dollar. And so I question that, in addition to the fact that we have the digital signs project that is yet to have been initiated from the 2022 budget that has $50,000 in it. So I'd just like to see this profiled a little bit differently.
Go ahead, Mr. Valchich.
Mr. Chairman, I think I'm going to ask Ms. Hanna if she could just take a look at maybe a rewrite of the description on that project, because Councillor Roy DiClemente has indicated the focus on internal communications to staff. But I just want to clarify, and again, I think we need to maybe refine the write-up on that one and the rationale. Is it correct, Ms. Hanna, that these digital displays would not just be for staff, they'd be for public that would be in our facility? So I'll give you an example. We have a rack outside the mayor and council office with all sorts of flyers that rarely do one of those flyers ever get removed other than when they're ready to go in the blue bin and be recycled. What I think the idea is there would be a digital display board there that would provide more meaningful information in a more interesting way to people that might be standing waiting for customer service or might be waiting to speak to somebody in the mayor and council office. So maybe it will even be promoting our programs and services. I've seen in other buildings where they do a really nice job having scrolling videos of, profiling some of the programs and services that are offered by the organization, which often if I'm sitting in a waiting room, I actually find that kind of interesting. I'm learning something as I'm sitting there. So I think that would be the emphasis, but I don't think that's coming through loud and clear in the write-up. So perhaps, Ms. Hanna, we could take a stab at updating the rationale for that project.
Any other comments or questions? I'd certainly like to lend my voice to the idea of advertising opportunities. I think if we can find creative ways to generate a little more revenue, that's always a good thing. Any other comments? No? Carry on, Mr. Velchich.
Mr. Chairman, just, I can go through each of these individually, but there's a couple I want to highlight, because in the spirit of maybe trying to pare back on some of these, there are a few that we are looking at to potentially reduce. The voice communication strategy is right now in at $35,000. We believe, I've talked to Mr. McNeil about this, there's quite a chunk of that we can likely do internally, some of the existing inventory assessment and that sort of part. The voice expertise part, we do need a little help from outside, but I would suggest reducing that request from 35 down to 15, so reduce that by $20,000. We just don't believe that we're going to need it all if we undertake some of that work internally. So I'm not feeling that there'd be any objection to that. If you go down a little bit, and I'm happy to go back if there's ones that you want to talk about, but the IT Strategic Plan and Modernization Program update, I'm in discussions right now with Mr. McNeil in terms of whether he's in a position to commit to 2024 with us again before we've talked about transitioning at some point to an in-house hire, and I still think that's something that we look to in the future, but I don't know that we would certainly benefit from one more year on that contract if that's something he's willing to do, and if that's the case, this $75,000 under Strat Plan and Modernization Program update, we would do internally with the operating budget that is already in place, because that's the place that we're funding that contract director role. So that 75 could potentially be eliminated. And then the call center replacement, we're looking at that because part of that is related to implementation of the call center at the help, as well as upgraded call center seamless functionality between our libraries. So Ms. Hannah can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is right now, if somebody calls into this building and actually needs to speak to somebody at the library, we ask them to call back to a different number to the library. We can't actually transfer the call. This would enable seamless transfer of calls between any of our facilities. And so we believe that's probably a good thing as we try and sort of enhance the customer service experience. But the 50,000 may not all be needed. We're just in the process of talking to Mr. Karmazin and looking at the help contract, because I believe there's already a provision in there for at least part of this 50. So I think this 50 will likely be able to be reduced, but I can't confirm that until probably Wednesday.
Councillor Johns has a question.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Cronin. And just, I think my comment around the call center is the project. It's not so much about the money on this one. This one is about, like, if you are saying that this is with help, this is for help, then I don't think that it should be in this budget line. It shouldn't come out of repair, replace, and then maybe we start to look like we're funding things properly, or sorry, not funding things properly, sorry, I misspoke, that we are funding from the proper line. Like if we have a new capital asset, and we want to look at funding it, there's ways that you look at funding it, whether through a large capital or doing a debenture. If we're trying to split everything up, like I'd rather just see the 50,000 move into the new asset and not have to take it out of that line. That's what I would like to see. When I see that the line is not funded adequately, I would love for us to work to not be taking money out of that line.
Mr. Velchich.
Mr. Chairman, Councillor Johns has hit the nail on the head. That articulated it much better than I did. The reality is that the HELP project, part of the capital construction, provides for IT infrastructure, and so we believe that the majority, if not all of this 50,000 ask is a duplicate ask, and so it is more appropriately covered through the capital project at the help and is already provided there. So we'll come back and clarify that either later today or on Wednesday through our deliberations.
Okay, Councillor Wright de Clemente.
Further to that, it seems like a steep price tag to be able to transfer a phone call from one municipal facility to another municipal facility. Taking help off the table and just, hey, someone called the Civic Center and they need to talk to somebody who's located at the Holland Landing Community Center, who happens to be in the library. $50,000 seems like an awfully steep price tag to try and address that problem.
Mr. Chairman, apologies, I was just trying to provide one example of some of the functional constraints that we have right now. So we're going to do a lot more than just transfer calls for that amount of money. I do appreciate that feedback.
Thank you for that. Councillor Wright de Clemente,
Can we
follow-up?
talk about page 113, the public engagement campaign? It's a modest amount of money, but it seems to me that we already would have a fairly similar amount of money in our operating budget for advertising, since we used to take out a weekly full-page ad in the newspaper and no longer need to spend those monies. I just wonder if we could just roll that project in to the operating budget for that one particular time.
Mr. Chairman, just perhaps you could leave that one with us. I can chat with Ms. Hannah separately offline, and we'll come back to you. And just so you know, that's to try and acquire some temporary support, kind of boots on the ground, so to speak, that would go out. And the last time we actually did some outreach to validate where our residents are getting their information and what channels are effective and ineffective was several years ago, and so we want to refresh that. I know that historically there was, for example, a lot of conversation about the scrolling digital sign in front of our building, and there would be concerns that the messages weren't complete, they weren't current, and yet when we went out and we talked to residents about where they were getting their information, rarely were people getting their information as they were driving down Leslie and reading the scrolling sign. In fact, we would encourage them not to do that. And so we need to kind of understand where people are getting information and invest in the places that they're becoming informed. So, but we will look to see if we can maybe cover that in the operating budget.
Okay, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Acting Mayor Crone. So with regard to the advertising that was just brought up on page 113 with the consultants, et cetera, of $10,000, what is the exact difference between what was being spent as a total on advertising and print and what is now being put forward for 2024, and where will the difference in the sum be focused? Because I imagine there will be a significant difference in those two numbers.
Mr. Chairman, the budget will remain in the communications area for marketing and outreach, but Ms. Hannah, do you know roughly what that difference might be? Are you familiar with that at this point, or do we need to bring that back?
We could bring that number back to be more exact. For council's awareness as well, because we have removed the town page, we have increased our costs in other areas to complement our other advertising. For example, the bulletin, we now have 3 pages in the bulletin as opposed to just a few ads that typically go. We've also increased other areas, including digital advertising. So some of the funds that have been removed through the town page paper have been reallocated to other areas. So it isn't just a reduction of that, it's a reallocation to other areas. But we can look at the potential of funding this program through the operating and bring that back.
Okay. Anyone else? Carry on, please.
So, Mr. Chairman, that there's also the municipal modernization program. Again, that's just a continuation of our existing program, and for clarity and for transparency, that really provides for a project manager, a contractor project manager, contracted training and application support, database analysis, specialty work as needed, as well as a provision for expanded rollout of our customer relationship management system. I believe that's those, Mr. McNeil, those are the main components of that. So I have nothing more on the capital program. There are a few areas that we will come back to you through this process with some proposed reductions to the ones that were noted earlier.
Okay, any final thoughts or questions? Councillor Johns?
It's actually just on a logistics standpoint. So we're going to vote to receive in principle. You made the comment about the, you'll come back to with reductions. Like, so are you suggesting that in a couple meetings from now that you're going to come back with a list of items? Is that how you foresee this working? I'm just trying to understand when I'm going to vote.
Mr. Chairman, I'm wondering if, well, first of all, the project on voice communication that was at 35,000, we would be comfortable at this point just adjusting that as amended to 15. So a reduction of 20,000 to that project right now. The two that I just need to get clarity on that perhaps you could hold in advance and not deal with today, but perhaps we would deal with it, say, on Wednesday, would be the IT strategic plan as well as the call center replacement, because I need to get a little bit extra clarity on those before I would ask council to consider those, because I believe one of them may be totally eliminated and the other one at least partially reduced. So rather than voting on it now, I think it would be best to wait.
So we can vote to receive, but you'll come back with further updates on Wednesday. Madam Clerk, have you been able to capture that? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
My notes would suggest that I'd like to hear more about the HR policy reviews being moved into capital. The sports complex, customer service enhancement, I think requires a bit more reporting. We've got, from the capital side, we wanted further information on the digital ads project, as well as the public consultation project. We'll amend the voice project to 15,000, and the IT strat plan and the call center replacement require some updating. So support in principle with those exceptions, or just receive?
I think we just receive, and then you have, staff has their checklist, and you can come back to us on Wednesday. What's everyone else, that's just my opinion, what's everyone else think? Yeah? Go ahead, Councillor Johns.
Yeah, I'm picturing that as we're ripping through the day here, if Wednesday's going to be too soon by the time you turn it around, that's all I'm suggesting. But anyway, I'm just trying to understand logistics. If it's good, it's good. If it's,
Is staff okay with a Wednesday timeline?
With what we're looking at revising and coming back to you with, we believe we can do that by Wednesday.
Okay, so can I have a mover to receive? Councillor Foster? Sorry, Madam Clerk, you're...
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I can put the resolution on the screen just for sake of clarity. And you did have Councillor Foster. Just want to make sure I've captured everything
That's fair.
from everybody. All right, so the 28-24 tax supported review be received. That staff provide updated information with respect to the people and belonging department matrix. I believe that was noted by CAO earlier. Provide additional information with respect to the sports complex customer service enhancement pilot. The transition of the $40,000 consulting fee to conduct the HR policy review to create succession planning and framework be transitioned to capital project. And as we were going down the list, these are some of the notes that everybody's made with respect to items that are being brought back. They're highlighted in red.
I'm very impressed, Madam Clerk. Do we have any errors or omissions on this? Go ahead, Mr. Valchich.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, sorry, was there something to be done on the HR resourcing and structure review? Or that is a capital project right now?
That's the addition. That's
Yeah,
a
and my
transition from-
apologies, it's actually on the capital list. I just, I must admit, I didn't notice that I wasn't at the bottom yet. I stopped at modernization and there was one more.
Clerk is keeping us on our toes.
So we have an HR organizational structure for 60, and then we have a consultant to do HR policies?
The HR, it's called, it says organizational structure. Really what that is trying to develop a multi-year resourcing plan, almost a master plan, if you will, for our people strategy. We've never had that before, and so that's going to require someone to come in not only to look at sort of where we are in relative staffing levels to other comparators, but also look at it in terms of alignment of service levels. Because if our service levels are much different, then notably our staffing levels will be different, lower or higher accordingly. So that's a fairly decent sized undertaking, and we're not equipped to do that with our existing complement. So that's what that one is about.
So we're gonna spend $100,000 in HR and consultants this year, or in next year.
That's what's proposed, Mr. Chairman, and I'd also point out that that's been identified as a high area of priority in the organization, and so we're trying to tend to some of the areas that we think need to be improved there. So yeah, there's a lot of foundational work being done, and we do recognize that
Thank you.
that there's a fair amount there.
Anyone else? Okay, we have the resolution up on the screen here, moved by Councillor Foster. All those in favor? None opposed? It's carried. Thank you very much. What are we on to? Who's next up to bat?
So through you, Mr. Chair, next up to bat is our Legal and Legislative Services with our Solicitor, Ms. Ingram.
All right, I will suggest at this point, while Madam Ingrid is getting ready, we break for a 10-minute recess and stretch our legs. And so if we could be back here at, I'm going to say 11:17, that would be great. Thank you very much. Okay, and welcome back. We are now on to legal services, part of our agenda. So over to you, Ms. Ingram.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. In your budget binder, my presentation will comprise pages 37 to 43 inclusive. And I'm happy to take any questions throughout. This presentation shouldn't take that long. The department summary and organizational chart is on page 37. It reflects the new organizational change to legal services. Last year, when I presented to council, it was simply legal services. This year, we've incorporated what was formerly the clerk's area into this department and renamed the department as Legal and Legislative Services. That organizational change for the purposes of the budget for 2024 was incorporated here. So some of my knowledge will be not necessarily 100% on the clerk's side of things, but we have our municipal clerk here to address things that perhaps I cannot answer. The department is comprised of 6 FTEs. 3 of those are housed in the legal portion of the department, and 3 are in the legislative services of the department. Most notably, in the legislative services, you've got your municipal clerk and the deputy clerk. In legal services, you've got myself, the town solicitor. We have a senior law clerk, and we have also added to the complement, as you're aware, this year, the services of an associate solicitor. And you, I think, have met all of us by now. Going to page 38, this is just a highlight of some of our key priorities that we'll be delivering or hope to deliver this year, subject to contingencies for which we cannot be aware of on today. That might utilize some of our time. That would have been to certain things we think we will deliver. But in keeping with our proposed plan, the delegation bylaw will be considered. Yes.
Just for everyone at home, there's a bit of construction work being done at the site here, and we're receiving very noticeable vibrations. So that's the reason for the strange looks on our faces. Carry on.
Yes,
Ms.
okay.
Ingram.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That wasn't my heart beating, but I wanted to make that clear. The delegation bylaw and that encompasses a review of just delegated authorities that we have in place through that bylaw, and we'll work in partnership with finance, of course, in that respect. In terms of the legislative services branch, they have a couple of key priorities that they're looking to deliver this year. The procedure bylaw, while it's in progress, that review is in progress right now. That will continue into 2024. And secondly, what's of note is the possibility of a ward boundary review. And that encompasses a review which would include an external consultant to come in and have a look at how the distribution of our constituents are allocated through the 3-ward system that we have. The objective, of course, of a ward boundary review is to ensure voter parity as a principal undertaking of those reviews. Turning now to page 39, these are our metrics in terms of legal services. These metrics were before you last year as well when I presented the insurance claims against the town. That is a number which is happily maintaining in a very low range of things against the town. So that's very good from a risk management perspective. But of course, you never know what's going to happen down the road. But at this point, it's very steady and level at matters that are below 10. The new legal matters is also a metric we tracked last year and previous years. So those metrics indicate that there is an uptick in new legal matters that are being brought on. Last year, I was asked the question to consider tracking the number of matters that are open and the number of matters that are closed. And so with that in mind, we tracked this year. In 2023, there were 289 new files opened. 24% have been closed, and 76% are still ongoing. I'll stop there in case there are any questions regarding the legal services metric.
Any questions from committee? Councillor Johns?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. I just wanted clarity on the timing of the electoral review that's sitting within that capital budget. So it looks like we are looking to start it in 2024 in the spring, March, and then looking for a completion in June. When's the next election? When is that again? It's 2026. So is that timing? I mean, we don't know what the result of, that's why we're doing the review, but from a best practices standpoint, do we feel, I just want to call that out. If the answer is yes, then so be it. Do we feel that that timing, landing it at June 2025, is appropriate?
So,
Who wants to take a stab at
so
that?
you, through you, Mr. Chair, I defer to
Madam Clerk?
Madam Clerk on
Certainly.
that question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so the provision of the electoral review is not technically a mandatory requirement under the legislation. This is simply as a result of a council resolution that was passed in 2017, directing staff to carry out a ward boundary review following each election. Typically, the duration of an electoral review would span anywhere between 6 to 18 months, depending on the size and complexity of the municipalities. So just having done an analysis review of our neighboring municipalities and some of the other places such as Caledon, Milton, Oakville, so on and so forth, they range within that time frame. The goal is that under the legislation, under Municipal Elections Act, is that we need to complete it prior to the December of 2025. Keeping in mind that there would be an appeal period provided for individual members of the public or anybody to have the right to appeal if there are any changes to the ward boundary structures. Again, with this one, we did have some great conversation as part of the business plan presentation during September, and I think the understanding was that we would come back with a little bit more of a game plan around what this would look like and what options are available for council to consider. So we're hopeful that in Q1 we're able to kind of come back with that. And March is just an estimated time frame should we wish to go down the RFP process to get a consultant. That would be the ideal start time to start doing this exercise.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much. Through you, Acting Mayor Crone. This was an item that popped out for me as well because I was completely unaware that there was a need for an electoral review. Completely unaware. So this raises all kinds of questions with regard to, we used to be at large, it changed in 2018, but why all of a sudden now are we looking at reducing the number of councillors per ward, increasing the number of councillors per ward, increasing wards? I just find there's so many questions that are potentially raised by this, and the timing of it is potentially problematic, shall we say. So in the interests of saving $60,000 at this time when we're under such an intense budget process, I would suggest that we consider deferring this until a later point.
Madam Clerk, I understand, yeah, but we want to deal with Councillor Leahy's question first. Oh, you would like to speak to it? Okay, Councillor Carruthers.
I agree completely, and this is something that I brought up when this came to us earlier, and it's my understanding, and what the clerk said, that there was a 2017 council resolution that says we have to do this after every election. So in 2017, council voted on this expenditure in perpetuity every 4 years. So it's also my understanding, and I look to the clerk for advice, that we can rescind the motion or change the motion, because I'm with you. I agree that it's not very long that we've been in the ward system, and I'm not hearing comments from residents that they want to review at this point in time. So I think saving $60,000 on this exercise would be good, and if the only reason we're doing it is because of a 2017 resolution, then we do have mechanisms that we can use to rescind that motion.
Councillor Foster, you have a comment?
I'm just wondering, thank you, I'm just wondering if there's a way to go part way with this. Ms. Ingram mentioned voter parity. I think that's probably the most important thing that we need to look at. Is there a way to go that far, to have a look at our voter parity, to find out if there is a need to take it further and actually change those boundaries? So I'm not sure that we don't need to do it at all. I think we need to do a little bit of work and see where we go from there.
Okay, there's one more question from Councillor Roy DiClemente, and then, Madam Clerk, I'll let you summarize. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if it's a $60,000 project, but it's certainly a project that we do need to undertake. And having been here through the at-large, the transition to a ward system, having voted on that 2017 resolution and understanding why we did what we did, when we did, and how we did it, the structure that we're currently operating in is a made in East Gwillimbury solution. We wanted to draw ward boundaries in 2018, but couldn't draw ward boundaries that would hold for 4 years, that would hold for longer than 4 years, because our growth was so dramatic and so specific in location. So that where you drew a ward boundary in 1 year, the minute they built a new subdivision, the principles of voter parity and voter equity went out the window. So we drew 3 large ward boundaries in order to buy ourselves enough time for 2 election cycles that would create the space for us to elect 2 councillors at large within those large ward boundaries and allow us to maintain voter parity through 2 election cycles. So those 2 election cycles are done, and now it's time for us to take a look at how we maintain voter parity, given that our major growth cycle from a residential development has taken place. So we've seen transformative change in our communities since those ward boundaries were drawn. So we do need to take a look at it. It may not be wholesale change, it may be a tweak, or it may be no change at all. But I'd like to hear what's happened, where it's happened, and whether we are continuing to ensure that the voters in each of our 3 wards have the same voice at the ballot box. Thank you.
If Councillor Leahy, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Acting Mayor Cron. If this were a dramatic, urgent concern, then my next question is, why was it not brought forward in the 2023 budget immediately following the election? So the timing of things is of significance, and I would suggest that we propose a different resolution, and that we consider, if there's no legislative requirement that it's not done until prior to December 2025, that we defer this until next year, perhaps.
Okay, so you've had a lot thrown at you, Madam Clerk. If I recall, just to build upon what Councillor Roy DiClemente said, and I was, as a private citizen, I was very vested in the ward system. I've advocated for that as well, and I think that's where we first met Councillor Roy DiClemente back in 2010. And if I recall, the reason why we had the 3 wards was the the consultants at the time recommended that, and it was to be defensible if we were challenged. But anyway, I'll hand it over to you, Madam Clerk. We've thrown a lot at you to chew on there. What's your comments in response?
Through Mr. Chair, it's very difficult without having done a proper, thorough analysis of the population projections to determine, where that voter parity would reside between all wards. I think one of the challenges we're faced with is that we've had a 44% growth increase in EG. We have not had an opportunity to thoroughly analyze those numbers to determine one aspect, which is the primary consideration for this is effective representation. But also there are other areas that come into play when we're talking about ward boundary review. So it's the characteristic traits of each neighborhood, everything that comes into that. I think one of the ideas was that the staff team would kind of take this back and carry out a report that would outline where are we with the status of everything, hoping to bring that back in Q1 of 2024. That could set the stage for council to determine whether or not they would want to proceed with the review itself. The review itself would have to be supported, ideally with a consultant, as it would hold a better standing if it is appealed before the, I believe it's OLT now. I'm drawing blank on the name. However, but those are the important factors here, is that there's been a number of changes, and as you know, with the recent changes provincially assigned with increased growth with respect to our housing development, those are other factors that have to be countered into the equation to determine where exactly the population is going to reside, so that we can accurately determine what the numbers are going to look like. So again, in the absence of having these facts, it's very difficult for me to say, yes, we can defer, or no, we cannot. I think I would want to have an opportunity to report back to you on where are we with the status, and allow you to make that determination if you wish to defer this item.
So I'm hearing from some councillors defer, others that are saying we should go ahead. I think Councillor Foster said maybe there's a happy medium where we can do a base investigation and then take it from there. Would it be possible to do a base investigation and then budget into the following year if we so decide that we need to do a full-blown? Over to, who was first? Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. Having done this numerous times on the school board, voter parity sounds wonderful. But it can be incredibly difficult to achieve, and that's why we don't have voter parity at any other level of government. It can be divisive amongst members when you're looking at your ward and where you're losing, where you're gaining, that sort of thing. So I think one of the reasons I'm reluctant is that the ideal of voter parity is not necessarily achievable. Residents tend to get more upset that their boundaries change and they don't know who their councillor is than the fact that there's more residents in one ward versus another. So I again say this is not something that residents are asking for. I don't believe that we would be able to change the boundaries to achieve voter parity unless we change them every single election cycle, which would cost money and would upset residents who are never really sure who their councillor is. So having been through this many, many times on the school board, I would strongly advise against undertaking this at this time.
Councillor Johns, you had a comment?
Yeah, thanks. My question that, my initial question was specifically around timing. If my comment actually gave no opinion of where I stood on the issue, because I don't believe we have the facts now in front of us. Like, I think that from a budget standpoint, the way we're looking at it, my question was about timing. I got the answer on that. I'm happy to support staff if we end up doing exploratory work and they say that they don't want to do it, then I am okay with that as well. But I just think that I don't think that we have all the information. This is simply a line item in a budget right now. And my question was around timing. And so I'm happy to support the capital project as it is written in here. That does not mean that I support the expense of the capital project that is written within the budget. That doesn't mean that I necessarily support the outcome of the project, but that way, I'm happy to move the conversation forward in that way.
Councillor Leahy.
I had an idea for you, Acting Mayor Cron. What if a compromise might look like, rather than allocating the $60,000 to an electoral review at this time, to assigning it to the contingency fund on page 10? And that we might consider adding to that contingency fund for the unforeseens that we may be looking forward to in the future.
Okay, so we have an interesting idea on the table. Would staff like to weigh in on this? Or would council like to weigh in? Don't be shy. Thank you, Councillor Roy DiClemente.
We've budgeted for this. It's coming out of the election reserve. The election reserve has $196,000 in it after we draw down, after we undertake this project. The project is proposed to begin in 2024 and complete in 2025. So we've seen, there's a historical record here of capital projects that get undertaken and then don't use up their entire budget. That was my message this morning. They're not using up their entire budget. So at this point, I'd like to see the clerk undertake some investigation, hire an expert, share some of the detail with the members of council who were not here when these decisions were made, so they can understand how we arrived at this structure that we're currently operating in, and have an outside expert tell us, you're on the right track, or you know what, you need to split up your wards now into individual wards and have one ward councillor, have one councillor for the rural area, have one ward councillor for Mount Albert, have one for Sharon, one for Queensville. You could do that if the population supports that. Or you need to be able to be mindful of how this whole thing plays out. And quite frankly, whether or not people know who their ward councillor is, who their mayor is, whether they actually show up at the ballot box, I think that's a moot point, because we can talk about that all day. The reality is this is the right thing to do from a democratic perspective. So I'd like to see this move forward. And the reality is that the timing, in my opinion, is perfect for those people who want to start making plans for 2026. The information will be available to them by the end of 2025. And so those plans from a political perspective can be made with some certainty, rather than not knowing what's happening as they start to move into an election year.
Okay. Any other comments or feedback? Go ahead, Ms. Ingram.
From a timing perspective, this is our best estimate when this review, if council decides to go forward with it, would occur. The unknown is, if a resident wants to appeal the conclusion or the report's conclusion to the Ontario Land Tribunal, there's an appeal right to that body. That would possibly, the clerk has estimated, or in the estimate, that possibly happening, but what that looks like in terms of a schedule or the timing is not really known to us. It's our best estimate. So should the review take place in the 24 and 25 year, if it isn't appealed and it ends by December 31, 2025, we're good. But if there is an appeal and it doesn't get resolved before that date, any changes, if there are any, would not impact the next election in 2026. It would have to be deferred to the following election. So that's the contingency that we can't really give council certainty. But this is why the clerk has allocated a long period to hopefully meet that period of time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Leahy.
Through you, Acting Mayor Cron. So just for clarity, through to our town solicitor, what you just said was, if I'm correct, that if there are any changes or not, if there's an appeal, that it would not impact any election before 2026. We would be looking at any changes, if there were any, affecting the 2030 election. Is that correct?
That is correct if the appeal takes us beyond, if it's still in progress and goes beyond the December 31, 2025. You're correct, that will not affect this 2026 election. It would have to be bumped over to the next election.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
One last question. So for clarity again, through you, Acting Mayor Cron. So if there was a process, a review done, and if there was, it doesn't matter whether there was an appeal or not, but if there was an appeal and it was settled before December 31st of 2025, then any potential changes would apply to 2026.
Yes.
Okay. Was there anyone else? Okay. So we can chew on that for a while until we come to the end of the resolution, and then we can decide which way we want to go. If I may turn the channel for a second, I wanted to talk about the slide, the graph in the upper left-hand corner, insurance claims against the town. So I think we should be sharing this with our broker and the carrier. This is very good news. You mentioned risk management, good risk management being at the core of this. I was just curious, how do we, when we track these claims, is this at the time of the incident, or is it at the time the claim is made? Because they can be a few years apart. So I'm just curious what's driving this.
It's the time that the claim is brought to the attention of the insurance company. So that's the timing.
Okay, so there could be a bit of a lag time here. I'm wondering if the pandemic, when most of our buildings were closed and not many people were there to have slip and falls or whatever, that is giving us favorable results.
Yes, that is probably the conclusion, Mr. Chair. What's interesting about the statistics are in 2023, it seemed to continue at that low rate. So it was a dip that you would expect to see when no one was leaving their houses in terms of these claims against us. But it is, this is a remarkable point that it seems to be tracking at the same level in 2023 when people are out and about. So it looks good in terms of what we're doing right now. Next year, we don't know, but we'll track it and we'll see.
Well, definitely good news as it is today. So thank you. Okay, so let's carry on. We thought this was going to be a brief presentation.
Yes. So if I can turn council's attention, please, to page 40. And this will be the same metrics that Legislative Services last year provided to council. And of course, our municipal clerk can add any comments or provide any clarification that's required of these metrics. But essentially, one of the key metrics that we use in terms of understanding our workload and, our budgets in terms of budgeting for staff and resources is the number of meetings, of course, that the clerks have to ensure they're sent out to the public and the council and everyone. So again, we tracked lower during the years of the pandemic. That reflected, I believe, basically partly that we didn't have council or committee of the whole council at that time. 2023, you'll see an uptick there where we reintroduced committee of the whole council, and so we'll continue to track it. It's not anywhere close, however, to the number of meetings that we had in 2019. And I'm simply not in a position to address why there were so many meetings in 2019. But I think what's more notable is that we're seeming to level off or tracking around the 100. So that's probably good news to the clerk's office. They have to administer a lot of meetings, not just council of the whole council or committee of the whole council and council meetings, but they do the special council meetings with the workshops, and yeah, of course there are closed meetings from time to time required. The civil ceremonies conducted is another branch that Legislative Services provides to help people complete their vows to get a marriage license. So those are up and down. Down in the pandemic, I guess people weren't getting married at the time as much, and now it's going up again. So again, it's sort of up and down. That may have nothing to do with the pandemic, but I make that comment in the event. We can ascribe a lot of things to the pandemic, but maybe not marriage ceremonies. The Freedom of Information requests, this is an important stat in terms of the level. The difficulty with Freedom of Information requests is that once they come in, and staff, meaning the clerk's office, or the clerks in particular, and their new staff person, they have to review the FOI, then they have to reach out to the department for which that FOI applies, get feedback, and then the municipal clerk and others participate in meetings with, if it goes any further. So if somebody doesn't appreciate or like the response that has been given in response to the FOI, they can embark on a process that goes to the Information and Privacy Commission, and then you're on to a series of meetings and mediation and negotiation, and possibly to the end of that. Process is very time consuming. So the stats show an uptick in numbers, and that is not insignificant because the work involved in those has been fairly heavy, in my opinion, in 2023. I now refer the council now to page 41 of the budget binder.
Sorry, Ms. Ingram, if
sorry.
may I ask if there's any questions on this slide? Just curious, the Freedom of Information requests, was there a theme to any of them, or were they all over the map?
There's one theme that seems to resonate, in my opinion, when we get into the ones that are very contentious. The theme is that we have not provided the documentation that's been requested. So it's a theme of, have we actually fully and transparently provided a response to the FOI? And so those have been contentious, and it has been a theme that has emerged. That's not to say that we haven't been transparent. There's a lot of there are exemptions to the process that we do not have to reveal something that would personally identify someone else. And often these requests involve neighbors, and those are difficult to reply to in a way that I think the the requester thinks we should.
Okay, thank you. Please carry on if there's no other questions.
I refer council now to pages 41 and 42 to give you some perspective of the changes, the material changes in the budget. The variance represents 8% in our increase in a proportionate way. It's not that material in terms of the grand budget of the town, but I bring these to your attention. There was a variance for salaries. Salaries are always the biggest component of this type of service, the internal services that are provided. So salaries are going up by about $30,000. They don't represent new people. They simply represent merit increases in the legislative services portion of the budget. So those merit increases would be appropriate should the HR process determine that they're worthy and they've worked for the merit increase in their salaries. What is material, however, and represents a structural change to legal services budgeting is the 92% variance that you see there, worth $55,000, and this is where our budget for external legal services, so those are when we need to hire other lawyers for specific matters or to provide specific expertise. It's going from a budget of $60,000 to $115,000, and that is due to an internal decision made to house the cost of external legal services that are needed each year under the legal services budget for external. Typically or historically, if another department wished to hire a lawyer for, say, a particular project, and one that comes to mind is HELP. That was very comprehensive and complex matter that wouldn't have been able to be handled with our internal resources. So the project itself picked up that cost for external legal services. It wouldn't have been tracked in the legal services budget of $60,000. The legal services budget historically was only for matters where internally the town solicitor required a second opinion or a first opinion on an area that dealt not necessarily with a project per se or the operation of project, but simply advice on a particular matter. So the 115 reflects an estimate of other external legal services that have been incurred. It is, again, an estimate, and we'll see how that goes next year. The one other thing is that the HR, the budget of external legal services for HR, now rebranded as People and Belonging, they traditionally and historically have used external counsel for their matters, which is certainly appropriate given the personal information and privacy issues. So that would continue. Their budget would continue to be responsible for those HR-related external legal costs. I'll pause there in case you have any questions of me.
Councillor Leahy, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Acting Mayor Crone. I'm going back a little bit to your chart of the civil ceremonies conducted, and it's going down. So fewer people are getting married in 2023. That's sad. But anyway, it just occurred to me, we're all talking about how we're going to make cuts, where we can save money. And I think we need to maybe shift our focus in some circumstances to look at areas where we can increase revenue or new revenue streams. And so with regard to civil ceremonies conducted, I was unaware that we provided civil ceremony services here. And so is there an opportunity to enhance our advertising about that service? And we can talk about, I don't know how much it costs to provide that service, but is there an area where we can make that line go upwards, and that we could also see it as a future revenue stream for the municipality of East Gwillimbury?
Ms. Ingram?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, marketing or advertising that we provide that service is certainly an area that we could consider that would potentially increase the volume. The parameters that we face as a municipal government is we have to charge fees that reflect the amount of staff time or the internal cost to the organization for that particular service. So we're somewhat constrained, Councillor Leahy, by that requirement or those parameters laid out in how we charge as a municipal government for our services. So this one, I don't think it would be a material difference in our fees. It's difficult to say that would make a material difference because I don't think we're going to charge very much for that. But I would like the clerk, if you could complement and address some of that.
Sure. Thank you, Janice. Through you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for that question, Councillor Leahy. It is a great question. With respect to our civil ceremonies, we have traditionally, and communication can speak to that, we have advertised for it. Obviously, COVID was a bit of a challenge as we could not hold in-person activities in our facilities. However, we saw a massive uptake in 2022. Now, for us in the clerk's division, the challenge was also resourcing. We did not have adequate resources between myself and the deputy to be able to facilitate a lot of the ceremonies until our team was expanded to permit for that. So we're very privileged that we do have our legislative coordinator in place to assist with some of the ceremonies coming up. The fee that we charge is very much similar to others. So in respect to other neighboring municipalities in the N6, Georgina, Newmarket, right now under the 2023 index is around $304 per ceremony. Certainly in terms of advertisement, it's a great idea, it's a great initiative. However, in the past, we haven't seen an uptake. We've advertised for it at our community open houses, at farmers market. Again, people are very much aware that they can get married, but it appears that it's just a service that comes on a basis of need. Whoever is getting married whenever we try to accommodate that. So I hope that answers the question. I'm happy to take any more.
Any others? Okay, please carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I can turn council's attention to page 42 of the budget binder. Again, we will, I would just like to provide some input about the user fees. User fees are, again, an estimate of $95,000, but that represents things that legal services, when they participate in some of the development-related agreements, you know, such as an external works agreement, a site plan agreement, registration of plans of subdivision, we have fees. So there's a number of ways we do collect user fees to offset our legal services budget, and we'll continue to look for ways to participate in those. And with the addition of the associate solicitor, we'll probably have some capacity to participate more in those fee-generating endeavors. If I can now, if there's no further questions with respect to the operating budget, I will turn council's attention, if I could, please, to the previously approved capital budget, which would be found in addendum package number 2 on page 1. And this previously approved was on the very top line for a couple of initiatives that we've talked about during this meeting. One of them we talked about. The exercise involves looking at the procedure bylaw to see if we can enhance or revise that accordingly or as appropriately. And part of that 25,000 is also allocated to the review of council's code of conduct, which we talked about over the course of the year. So that's the 25,000 for these two initiatives. I'll take any questions if you have any on that, please.
Any questions? No, please carry on.
So the final topic to discuss, again, we've already talked about it, so it was just the proposed capital of 60,000 for the electoral review, so no need to say anything further about that. And with that, I believe I'm finished my presentation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any final questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, we need to Madam Clerk?
Sure, through you, Mr. Chair. So similar to the other items, we have a draft prepared resolution to reflect the various components of the budget that was discussed and reviewed this morning for legal and legislative services. So the items are on the screen before you.
Go ahead, Councillor Roy DiClemente.
I was just going to say I'll move it as presented. Thank you.
Okay. Any feedback, comments? Go ahead, Councillor Carruthers.
I'm not sure that there was consensus on the electoral review at this point. I'm not sure what other information we need in order to approve that expenditure, but there was certainly a number of comments about the necessity of it at this point.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much. Through you, Acting Mayor Crone. I would like to suggest that we separate that item from the resolution and that we vote on it separately, because the other ones are fairly straightforward.
Councillor Roy DiClemente, do you, it's your amendment? Are you, your resolution, rather? Are you happy to separate?
I've put it on the floor. If people want to separate individual clauses out and vote on them separately, that's just a procedural matter, and I'm fine with that, Mr. Chair. What I would like to hear is if people are not in a position to approve the electoral review, understanding that funds are not expended unless they're absolutely necessary. There was direction from committee, as far as I could tell, that requested that the clerk provide some context and a little bit of preliminary work with this. If the funds are not expended, they go back into the reserves. We've saved for this, we've planned for this. So from my perspective, it's a capital project that should be started at the very least. And if you want to separate that out or do something else with it, you could even defeat the motion, frankly, and then you'll have to address it in some way.
Councillor Leahy.
So through you, Acting Mayor Crone, so what I'm understanding from Councillor Roy DeClemente's comments is that she's fine with removing that one portion from the resolution, and we can vote on that separately so that we can vote on the other parts of the resolution.
Okay. From my own standpoint, I think, moving forward, I would like to have a little more information on an electoral review, and so I think having a baseline study is important. I think what Councillor Roy DeClemente said is accurate. It's, if we don't spend it, it goes back in the reserves that we use towards the 2026 election. So this is not going to have any sort of impact on our property tax rates for this year. So from my standpoint, I don't have an issue with it, but we've had a motion to separate. What's the will of council? Do we want to separate it out or leave it in? Councillor Carruthers.
It's not the will of council. If one councillor wants to separate out, they're allowed to. That's their right. The only deciding thing would be your ruling as to whether it changes the motion. So as the chair of the committee, you just decide to change the motion. Can that stand on its own? And if it can stand on its own, then it's the individual member's right to separate.
Okay, I think it can stand on its own. So let's separate it out, Madam Clerk. Sorry to make extra work for you here.
Certainly, just bear with me for a moment as
Go right
I'm just
ahead.
gonna do that. Through you, Mr. Chair. So the item that's being separated out is simply the 2024 new capital program for legal and legislative services. So that's the component that's been extracted from the initial resolution. So the initial resolution that was moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente right now reads as follows.
Everyone quickly give that a read. And if we're ready to vote on that. All those in favor? Okay, motion is carried. Then we'll move on to the second one. We'll have this moved by Councillor Leahy. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Roy DeClemente. You get preference to that. So go ahead. You had a question, Councillor Leahy?
Since we've separated and it's a separate resolution, I just wanted to acknowledge through you, Acting Mayor Crone, that you have made it clear that there's no financial impact whether we proceed or not with the electoral review. However, I believe that the issue at hand is the timing of that review. And so that in voting for this, if it vote in favor, it would be with regard to initiating the review in 2024. So I just wanted to clarify what the purpose of separating this resolution was.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? So we have this moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente. All those in favor? All those opposed? Okay, motion is carried. And that concludes the legal services portion. Now, I'll take the will of council. We have finance next. Famous last words. I thought legal services would be pretty quick. So do we want to carry on, or do we want to break for a lunch recess? Lunch? Lunch is available. So why don't we break now? It's almost quarter after. Let's try and be back at 5-1, if we could, and then we'll plow on. Okay, thank you, everyone. And welcome back. We're here with the budget deliberations, and I believe next up to bat is finance. So I'll hand it over to you, Mr. Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would direct you to page 45 of the book, or if you're looking online, page 39. And we'll start to go through the Finance Department budget. So the department consists of 14 permanent full-time positions. We're grouped into 3 branches. One was financial services that looks after the general accounting, our tax and utility billing, and budget coordination. Our capital and development finance area, who looks after development charges and our capital budgeting and long-range financial planning, and our procurement area that coordinates the competitive bid process for the town and looks after procurement policies and procedures. So if we can turn to page 46.
Mr. Chair, sorry, bear with us for a moment. We're having a technical issue with the projector. Just 1 second. We're trying to pull up the presentation material. There we go.
Okay. All right, so if we can go to page 46. Next page. So these are the key initiatives that were identified for 2024. Just like to highlight a couple of them. Of course, we're responsible for coordinating the budget for 2025, and luckily it'll only be one budget for that year, for 2024. It won't be 2 budgets like we've had this year. We're also responsible for producing our annual report, and that will be done for 2023 year end. The DC bylaw is due for, will expire in May of 2024, so it's due for an update, and we'll be going through that process. We've started that already, and we'll hopefully be done targeting for April of this year, of 2024. And the other one I'd like to highlight is the financial system enhancement roadmap. So our current financial system, our main financial system, was implemented in 2006, and we've tried to do some updates to it, and we've been successful, but we've maxed out the system. So we're looking at our next steps. We've done a review and identified some areas for improvement. And before we go and look for a new system, there's some things that we need to do in order to prepare us for that. And things like documenting processes and identifying other area system and process improvements. So before we go out for an RFP for a new system, we're going to endeavor to do those things. So I can stop here and answer any questions if we have.
Any questions for Mr. Marshall? Seeing none, let's carry on.
Okay, so on page 47, we start with some of our metrics. So the first page here is our reserves. So the first on the top left corner is our development charge reserves, and you see that for past few years they've been increasing, but this year our reserve balance has decreased. There's 2 main reasons for that. One is the construction of the Health and Active Living Plaza, so we're starting to pay the bills for that. And our collections for 2023 have dropped. So we're projecting about $4.5 million of collections, and last year we had about $12 million in collections. So they've dropped. So the combination of those 2 are the reason why you see the drop in the reserve balance. The asset replacement reserves, we've also been building them up, but in 2023, we're drawing them down a bit more, mainly in roads, bridges, and vehicle areas. The operating reserves have remained somewhat stable, but we are monitoring the fee-supported reserves, in particular the planning reserve, to make sure that it's sustainable over the longer term. So if you can Go to page 48. Our breakdown of taxes collected, we'll be collecting about $81 million of taxes this year. 39% of that is for the town, 42% of that is for the region, and 19% of that is for the school board. We've added approximately 500 new water and 500 new tax accounts. And in terms of account changes where we charge a fee, you can see the activity is slightly down, but it fluctuates year to year, and we're still looking at meeting our budget target for 2023. On page 49, our online services, our resident self-serve portal had 1,000 more accounts accessing the portal this year than last year. Our accounts on e-billing have increased. Last year, we had about 17% of water accounts and 8% of tax accounts using e-billing, and so those numbers have increased. We've done promotion to try to get those numbers up. We've put inserts in bills. We've done some social media advertising. So I think the next step is to look at some alternatives and maybe providing incentives to going online as well. But that's something that we're looking at for 2024 as well. The number of bills paid online, I'd just like to comment that 2023, the stats here don't include our projection for Q4. So if you look at our average over the last 3 quarters and put that into Q4, we'll be in line with what we had, the activity that we had in 2022. Payments made on our EG website, we started that service off in 2022, and in 2022 we had about 1,325 payments made, and in 2023 we've got almost 3,700 right now. So it's increasing. It's starting to catch on. So that's the metrics. I don't know if anyone had any questions on the metrics.
Anybody? Carry on.
Okay. Right. So for our 2024 budget, we have 3 areas that have pressures in 2024. The one is our salaries and benefits, which makes up the majority of our budget, but we have a pressure of about $43,000. One mainly due to merit increases, and the other in terms of benefits. I'd just like to note that on the benefits side, 4 of our 14 staff are on a parental or a maternity leave, so we have to provide for the salaries and benefits for the backfills and for the benefits for the people on leave. So that's why you see a bit more of an increase than you would normally. The other 2 areas of pressure, we have $15,000 from transaction volumes. So $10,000 are for bank transaction fees to align with our actual costs that we've been incurring, and $5,000 on payroll processing costs. Our contractor imposed a 6.8% increase on our service this year, so that's works out to about $5,000 as well. And the contract that we entered into with KPMG, our auditor, the second year of that contract results in a $7,200 increase in our service that we pay for. So before I stop for this, I'd just like to turn to page 52 and go to the pie chart on the revenues by branch. And I want to focus on the capital and development finance numbers. So that $233,000 are development charges that are used to fund staff that work on things such as our development charge background study and bylaw and other studies. In accordance with Bill 23, studies are no longer eligible for funding through DCs. So what potentially could happen is these funds, this funding might have to be, will no longer be eligible for development charge funding. So what we've done now, we think we can find some ways to get around, well, not get around that, but compensate for it. So we've kept it in for 2024, but there could be an impact if we're not successful in kind of compensating for it. So happy to answer any questions on the budget side.
Any questions? Okay, carry on.
Okay. So we do not have any new capital proposed for 2024. So if I can turn you to the blue pages, which is the previously approved capital. And about a third of the way down, there's a heading called Capital and Development Finance. It's right after IT services and after people and belonging. So the one project we have is related to the development charge background study, and it goes back to Bill 108 when that was introduced. We had anticipated that we would need some support on the new legislation, but the legislation has continuously changed since that point in time. So we did do a study to see whether we would need to impose a community benefits charge, and that study came back and said not at this time, because the community benefits charge is based on units that are more than 10, that are buildings that have more than 10 units, and so right now we don't have that many. So the study came back and said when we start getting more development of that nature, it would be more beneficial to have that. And we also have our community capital contributions that kind of supports that as well. So the combination of that made the recommendation that we kind of pause on that. But we also want to make sure that we're following the Bill 23 legislation, so we might need some peer review support while we do our background study and bylaws. So we've kept that project open, and in May, if we don't need that fund, we'll be closing the project. So the only other area we have is in our 10-year capital program. So that's the green sheet. And if you look at the bottom of page 1, we have identified a couple of projects. One is the financial system upgrade, which is a placeholder right now until after we do our due diligence and our work that we're planning in 2024. Water financial plan, we're required to do that every 5 years, so we've budgeted for that. The next one is due in 2025, so we have that budgeted accordingly. And the development charge and community benefits charge study is there for in case we need some support while we're doing our next update. So happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions from committee? No. I think you were very thorough. Motion to approve. Motion to approve from Councillor Johns. Madam Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can put the resolution on the screen before you. It's
Thank you.
simply believe we're still experiencing some issues with our screen share. Just bear with us for a second. There it is.
Everyone take a minute to read that on the screen. So it's moved by Councillor Johns. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, motion is carried. Thank you very much, Mr. Marshall. In hindsight, we probably should have done that before lunch, but anyway. That was good. Thank you, and we're up to Development Services now, with Ms. Bejan taking it away.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. You'll find the overall description starting on page 53 of 336 in your binders. Just with respect to the overall organizational chart, just wanted to draw attention to the fact that we've made 3 recent hires. We have 1 maternity leave in progress and 1 pending retirement that we're planning for. And we are currently actively recruiting for 2 additional positions. Once those positions are filled, that will bring us up to full complement. With respect to key priorities, if we turn over to the next page, I'm just going to summarize sort of the themes here. We're continuing to adapt to evolving legislation to ensure that we have responsive and appropriate policies in place. This work is a cross-departmental focus that impacts our processes as well, and we have a number of specific projects that seek to enhance the efficiency and the clarity of the development process. With respect to our responsible growth objectives, the focus is on the foundational work that will ensure that we have clearly defined strategic goals, as in the case of the proposed heritage strategy, and that we have the appropriate planning and policy instruments to guide growth, and that concurrently we are continuing to attract investment that will contribute to long-term economic sustainability and resiliency. Another key theme is that we're seeing significant transformation in the way that we administer bylaws and manage compliance of those bylaws. If you'd like to turn over the page, I'll talk a little bit about the metrics. Again, just in summary, for the most part, the metrics provide an indication of the volume of activity with respect to inquiries and applications. A couple of new metrics that we've included this year include planning inquiries that we receive via either people coming to the counter or via email or a telephone. And I wanted to highlight that because these are inquiries that, as you can see, it's a pretty significant number. Some of them can result in, a quick answer, and some of them may require several correspondences back and forth to be able to resolve, and those are inquiries that are not fee supported. So it's a resource requirement, but it cannot be supported through fees. And then the active planning application also is another new metric that sort of gives an indication of applications that are under technical review by our planning team. If you flip the page, and I'm going to jump ahead to buildings because that's another set of metrics that are based on activity volumes. And when we look at metrics like that relate to construction activity, it's useful for us from a planning perspective in order to be able to identify trends. We see a significant drop in new home permit applications, for example, between 21 and 22 and 23. That decline in activity was anticipated, and I know that our CBO has been doing a lot of work to strengthen the reserve to prepare for this decline, and we anticipate an uptick as we see the expansion of the YDSS system. I also wanted to note that jumping back to economic development, that's one of the few areas where we actually are starting to measure impacts as well as just activity, and that's the direction that we'd like to move toward more in the future, is being able to find ways to to measure and report on the impact of our efforts. So in this instance, job creation is an impact of ECDEV efforts. We cannot claim that as a municipality we create jobs, but the efforts that staff undertake to attract investment has the follow-on effect of creating jobs, and that's one of the reasons that we measure that metric. If we move to page 61 of 336, that provides just an overall summary of the development services budget for 2024, which includes expenditures of approximately 1.6 million, or 5% of the town's operating and expenditures budget. We're seeing a net increase of approximately 81,000, or 6%. And I can pause here for any questions before we move on.
Committee have any questions? Carry on.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll move to page 62, which is the tax-supported budget. No significant changes here. The one thing I will flag is that referencing back to some of the activity levels for services that we provide that are not related to fees, we are looking to sort of move toward more positions being tax supported in future in order to sort of balance our efforts and our budget accordingly. I'd like to move to the fee supported budget, which you'll find on page 99 of 336. And that's where we'll find the bulk of the budgets related to building and planning. One significant thing under the planning budget is the larger figure than we're used to seeing for consultants. And that's as a result of some staffing gaps where we've had consultants essentially filling the role of a senior planner or director type role. And that's been hugely helpful as we recruit for that position, and we don't anticipate that that will continue, although we will seek expert advice with specific matters. We won't see that necessarily that level of consulting support going forward once we've made the full-time hire. And then in respect of the what you're seeing in terms of the draw from reserves, as noted, especially on the building side, this was anticipated, and efforts have gone into sort of making sure that we have strong reserves to be able to sort of withstand the impacts of this reduction in overall building activity. And as mentioned, we expect to see that increase again as new allocation is released and as we're seeing incremental expansions of the YDSS. Happy to speak to any specific points if council has any questions.
Go ahead, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much. Through you, Acting Mayor Crone. With regard to indirect corporate costs, which they come to a very large sum, I'm wondering about if you could give us some clarification on some examples of what indirect corporate costs are that are, for example, under building costing $681,000. And if you can, between the budget for 2024, the total expenditures that you're anticipating are over $5 million, but the total revenues are only $3.5 million. So how is that shortfall of $1.5 million going to be covered?
Through you, Mr. Chair, for the first question, I'll perhaps defer to our treasurer to speak to the indirect costs, because those are costs that are assigned across the organization, and anyway, I'll let the expert speak to that.
Well, I'll try in place of the expert, but so there are costs that are associated with, for example, the building or planning area that are incurred by other operating departments. So, for example, finance will do support for building and for planning. And so those costs that finance will do on behalf of that group is transferred into that department for funding sources, because it's a different funding source. This is funded out of the fee-supported reserves and finances out of the tax-supported areas. So to properly represent the costs associated with operating that area, we transfer costs over into, so legal support as well. So legal will be doing work on behalf of building and planning. So those costs that represent the work that is done to support those areas gets transferred over into that group. And that's what that line is for indirect corporate costs.
Are there a few other examples to follow up? Are there a few other sort of tangible, concrete examples that you could give to us to help everyone, including taxpaying residents, understand what these indirect costs are?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair. So I mentioned finance, there's legal, there's IT support, there's other areas within the corporate, there's clerks as well. So there's all the indirect areas that provide support to these departments or these branches. We transfer costs over to represent that.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarity, because Councillor Leahy had mentioned, so the taxpayers are understanding it. I just want to clarify, if it's not clear, because this is a fee-supported area, so applicants that pay fees pay for the total cost of providing the service, including the indirect costs. It's important that we do this, because if it wasn't for this, then these costs would be borne by the taxpayers, and instead they're being borne by the applicants that are actually paying for services related to, in this case, building, but planning, engineering, park development. So in fact, it's important to taxpayers that we have a proper costing model, so that in fact taxpayers are not subsidizing the work and the costs related to processing applications as it relates to development.
Thank you very much. And so for part two of my question, what is the strategy to address the shortfall between the expenditures and the revenues of over $1.5 million?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, with respect to the buildings department in specific, that slowdown in building activity was anticipated, and that was why the reserve was built up with specific attention to be able to fund activities through this slowdown period. We anticipate that will ramp up as it will with planning. Planning was also impacted to a certain extent by the changes under the More Homes Built Faster Act, because there's a reduction in development charges. One of the steps we're undertaking is a review of our fees. Council will recall that we implemented a fee for participation at the development review or pre-consultation meeting, but we're also looking at our other fees across the board relative to our neighboring municipalities, and in many cases, East Gwillimbury's fees are below average. So we want to make sure that we ensure that those fees are comparable to what is being used in other municipalities. So that's another way of addressing strengthening the planning reserve going forward. But that essentially those reserve funds are there to be able to support activity during these fluctuations in activity, because anecdotally we understand that the slowdown in building of new homes is due to market forces, home prices, interest rates, availability of labor, supplies, those types of things. So in order to be able to weather those fluctuations, that's what we have the reserves available to us for.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So you, Acting Mayor Crone. So you referenced that you're looking at increasing the fees. And is there a plan in place to do that, or a timeline to increase the fees?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, specifically to the planning fees. Our manager of planning is doing an assessment right now, so we expect to bring those forward in Q1 of 2024 for council's review and approval.
Okay. Councillor Johns, you had a question?
It actually just got answered, so I don't want to take anybody else's time, so thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, carry on.
Thank you. I will now move to previously approved capital projects. And there are a number of projects ongoing. City View enhancements will continue into the next fiscal year. Official plan review is ongoing, as I'm sure council is aware. We hope to have that completed and bring the updated official plan back for a readoption to council by Q1 2024 latest, if not before. The Heritage District study is ongoing. We are anticipating recommendations from the consultant in terms of what that study should look like and what it should comprise, or what the area should comprise, and then recommendations for next steps. And community secondary plans, that item is ongoing. We've initiated the complete community secondary plan. I will note that that budget line item is an in and out cost. The cost will be fully recovered from the development community. Under economic development, you see a number of projects. A number of those will be wrapping up this year. The broadband expansion, readiness, lead generation 1, they will be closing out before the end of the fiscal year. Did want to highlight the South Lake Health Center expansion. That was a budget item introduced as part of the intention to actively recruit the facility here to East Gwillimbury, and there's we're still trying to get clarity in terms of what decisions have and have not been made by the search committee, and economic development is actively looking into that. But to date, we've had no opportunity to initiate any kind of sort of formal attraction or marketing campaign. Happy to answer any questions about any of the other open capital projects.
Councillor Jones?
Thanks, Councillor Cohn. Through you, just wondering about the results on the lead generation capital project, because I noticed that you have another request in for this coming budget. So I recognize at a high level that's the top of sales funnel, and you try and bring it down. I'm wondering what type of tangible results that you can hang your hat on for the investment in that sector, in that area.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe that comprised part of the presentation that our Manager of Economic Development provided when he did his workshop. So spoke to a couple of the leads. We had, I'm just remembering off the top of my head at this point, but there were, from the in-market representation that we had at the Seattle Food and Beverage Show, we had two strong leads. One actually did make a visit to the area and ended up making a distribution agreement with another party. And then with respect to the Auto Tech Show, I think there were 3 or 4 solid leads, and they're still in the pipeline and still being nurtured. So not out of line with what we expected. I mean, the initial lead generation activity was really, the objective was more about testing our value proposition and garnering feedback from investors in terms of what did they want to know, what were they looking for, what was most important to them in terms of our communication. And so we have detailed reports that the consultant prepared in terms of how we position ourselves in the market, and that will shape future investment attraction efforts going forward.
Any other questions? Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much. Through you, Acting Mayor Crone. Item number, Heritage District Study, 22-001. Would you elaborate a bit on the scope of that, and if this study is going to address the ongoing concerns and situations that we deal with? Is it all of EG, part of EG, and how will this play a role in clarifying heritage in the future when we make decisions? Yeah.
Certainly, through you, Mr. Chair, this is a very specific study on Leslie Street area. So this is different. I know it's confusing, but this is different from the heritage strategy work that we're proposing to undertake in the next budget year. This is in response to some of the similar issues in terms of how do we protect our heritage assets. And so this was one tool that the municipality elected to undertake to establish a heritage conservation district. So that the limits of that are still up for discussion, but it would be somewhere from Mount Albert Road and Leslie Street to Leslie Street and Green Lane. So trying to determine what makes the most sense in terms of which buildings and properties to include, and then what level of what is going to be the function of this heritage conservation area, from whether it's from interpretation or programming or in terms of the policies that are developed. So it's still very much in progress, but it is very specific to that area of the community. So the strategy piece that we're proposing will be the much broader piece that speaks to policy and how we address listed or designated properties, et cetera.
And just to follow up, and there are no budget consequences or impact of the heritage strategy that you're putting together?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is the strategy, there is a budget line item in the new capital projects specifically for that. So it's actually, if you turn to, can't remember, page 102 of 336 in the binder, that's where we'll see the new capital projects for the 2024 budget. So if there are no further questions, I'll maybe move to that, the new capital projects.
One moment, I think
I'm sorry.
Councillor Carruthers has a question.
Well, it's kind of bridging the two, because you mentioned about the new capital project for that. So while we were talking about the Heritage District study, so we're now talking $165,000 just to study the heritage area, and so no houses will be saved, it's only just to study. To me, it sounds like an awful lot of money. I think I'd like to see what we got with that first 100,000 before approving more, because with that first 100,000, I was choking on that to begin with, and now to find out that doesn't cover it all. And please tell me if I'm misreading that, but there's 100,000 on the previously approved and 65 on the next. Oh, you're looking at your chart, so I'm feeling like I'm.
Yeah. Sorry.
Am I misinterpreting
one.
that?
100 for the 2024.
Yeah, 100 last year and 65 coming up, right? Previously approved.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the Heritage Conservation District is a specific tactic that only speaks to the properties on that Leslie Street area of the community. And whether or not it becomes a heritage district or the council opts to go in another direction will be determined through the outcome of that study. I can't speak to the rationale for the budget. I wasn't part of that process, but I can certainly have some more detail provided to you on Wednesday with the manager of planning if necessary. The heritage strategy is a separate piece of work that recognizes that we don't have necessarily clarity on what resources we as a municipality want to allocate to heritage conservation or heritage interpretation over time. We don't have clear direction in terms of how much or how many resources or how many buildings we want to focus on, that type of thing. So the strategy would be not unlike the process we went through for the municipal strategy to sort of narrow down what are the priorities, what resources do we have available to us in the context of competing needs and resource challenges, what do we want to allocate towards heritage? So the two very separate pieces of work.
They're still related in that we're spending $165,000 towards deciding what we want to do about whether or not we want to put money towards saving heritage. I just want to voice my objection that in a day and age when people are asking for affordable housing, we're spending an awful lot of money studying old houses and not actually doing much to save them. So I have to say that.
Are there any other questions? Councillor Johns.
More of a comment from the finance perspective, that this, on the growth studies, how we're paying for the natural heritage evaluation review and whatnot, the 50,000 development charges and 50,000 on the reserves. The growth studies, DC, I just want to call out so everybody's on the same page. While it is replenishing at $1 million a year, that has been in the negative. That was close to 2 million. Now it is correcting itself over time, but I just wanted to call out that we're still 800,000 in the hole. So I don't think I'm asking for comment on that necessarily, but I did want to call out the fact that is, we're in a negative position in that budget line, and we have been playing catch up for years, so hopefully that will be rectified in the next budget.
Okay. Carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to focus on the capital budget summary for new projects planned for 2024, the zoning bylaw review is a statutory requirement. While it is not necessarily as extensive as the one undertaken in 2017, it does require it's not something that can be managed sort of off the side of a desk. The previous one was, I believe, 2 full years of a person dedicated to that exercise, and we have significantly increased the volume of activity and applications that we had and continue to have since that time. The Natural Heritage Evaluation Review, in terms of reference, that is in response to the legislation that whereby the Conservation Authority is no longer able to provide those evaluations. We do not have an in-house ecologist, so need to be able to consult or to have those outsourced, and before we do so, need to develop terms of reference that those outside experts would be able to use in evaluating various applications. So it remains to be seen whether or not we would be working with a private firm, or the region is talking about being able to offer those services on a fee-for-service basis. But this is really about providing the terms of reference against which applications would be evaluated on EG's behalf. The heritage strategy, as I mentioned, is really that comprehensive piece of work that hopefully gets us to the point where we have a comprehensive list. We have a means of addressing how properties are either added to or removed to the list without necessarily placing undue burden on the public, and we have made decisions around which specific buildings or properties that the municipality feels are most important to preserve and invest in. Happy to answer any questions about the proposed capital project summary.
Does the committee have any questions? Seeing none, carry on.
Thank you. With respect to the 10-year capital budget summary, I don't think there's anything too noteworthy. What you're seeing is scheduled vehicle replacement, and then in the out years, official plan review as required by legislation.
Any questions? Councillor Leahy?
Thank you very much. Through you, Acting Mayor Crone. With regard to the bylaw fleet and the request for $80,000 to replace a truck from 2017, would you provide a few more details, please, about the criteria of when a vehicle is considered old and when we need to replace it, as well as the number of vehicles that are in the fleet currently? Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I might defer to my colleague, Mr. Megget, who can speak to how that assessment is conducted, because that goes across all departments.
Through Mr. Chair. Yes, we take a really deep, in-depth mechanical assessment of all our vehicles before they're scheduled for replacement. We do have an educated life cycle on them based on their intended use, but before they get to the point that they're scheduled for replacement, we do have our on-staff mechanic do a physical assessment and condition review of all the vehicles before they are replaced. And some of the costs you see are reflective of not only the cost of the vehicle, but also emergency lighting and branding as part of the outfitting. That's why the costs are slightly higher than you'd see potentially if you're walked into a dealership.
Okay, are there any other questions? Seeing none, back to you, Ms. Béjean.
If there are no further questions, I think that's all I have for development services at this time.
Okay. Last chance. Any questions? Go ahead, Councillor Johns.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. It's not so much a question as a comment, and I think I'll get to it when we speak about vehicles more in the different department. But you said speak now or forever hold your peace, and I wanted to make a note that I will continue to be vocal.
I think you're paraphrasing my words. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going back to the open capital, and I'm looking at the official plan review. We're predicting that the project will be complete in March. Does that mean that we'll have finished with the list of items that the region has sent along for conformity as well? And
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry. Yes, we anticipate that we'll have completed the conformity exercise before the end of this year, this calendar year, but recognize that because of the changes that have happened at the provincial level, we need to bring it back for readoption to this council, and then it would go through the process of being approved by the province. So I think our effort and any expenditures will be completed early in Q1, and don't anticipate that we will expend the full budget amount.
thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my next question, is it looks like you come in under budget on that. And so that's helpful, I think, in the area, because I know that reserve is in a negative position. So having some monies go back into that helps to address that deficit. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you put the resolution up on the screen for us?
Sure, sure, through you, Mr. Chair. If the screen is gonna work with me today, it doesn't look like it, just give me 1 second.
Our
You
tech
should
giving
have
us some
it on-
challenges?
Yes, it appears that it requires some reinstallation, so just bear with me for 1 moment. I'm just gonna try
It showed
one.
up on my screen for a second.
Yes, it's just not showing up for public. Yep.
Yeah, I was just going to say I could read it out. First of all, we need a mover, moved by Councillor Roy DiClemente. Be it resolved that the Development Services 2024 Tax Supported Budget Review be received, and that the Development Services Development and Fee Supported Budget Review be received, and that the following 2024 new capital program for development services be received. And lists zoning bylaw review, 100,000, natural heritage evaluation review in terms of reference, 20,000, heritage strategy, 65,000, truck replacement, 80,000, lead generation 2, 40,000. And that the development services open capital projects and 10-year capital status be received, and that the 2024 tax-supported budget, fee-supported budget, and new capital program as outlined above for development services be approved in principle. Is everyone good with that? All those in favor? None opposed? It's carried. All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Béjean. You're off the hook. And now we're moving on to Engineering and Public Works, if I'm not mistaken. Mr. Molinari, you're up. What do you have for us?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and yeah, welcome to Engineering and Public Works, formerly known as Community Infrastructure and Environmental Services, CIS, so EPW now. So the department is supported by, well, I guess we're on page 65 of the budget binder, which is component 1, page 58 on the website PDF. Okay. Well, I guess we're waiting for the clerk to pull that up. Yeah, so the department's supported by 35.5 full-time positions, 10 crossing guards, and approximately 10 part-time seasonal positions. We're split into 2 functional areas. We have engineering, which includes fill operations, capital programs, development, and traffic engineering. And we also have public works operations on the other side, which includes road operations such as summer and winter road and sidewalk maintenance, water and wastewater operations, waste management, and management of the town's fleet, other than fire fleet. Any questions? If there's none, we'll move along to strategic priorities and objectives, which is on page 66 and 67. So Engineering and Public Works Department has a number of strategic priorities and objectives. A couple that I'd like to highlight would include from our quality programs and services priority is our Safer Streets Initiative, which is an annual continuous improvement initiative to improve the safety of our transportation system. In 2024, we're actually proposing a capital project for a new camera speed unit. From our responsible growth strategic priority, we have our update to our stormwater management master plan, which is on the heels of our TMP and water and wastewater master plan that are nearing completion. This project will ensure we have a robust storm network that will address climate change in the future with regards to stormwater quality, as well as develop a funding model to support this infrastructure. From our Build Complete Communities priority, we have our Mount Albert and Holland Landing revitalization projects, which are well underway in the detailed design stage. So any questions on our strategic priorities and objectives?
Any questions from committee? Seeing none, carry on.
Okay, moving along to departmental metrics, which is on page 68 to 71. So on page 68, looking at the top left, we have our commercial fill volume placed. And we can see that there's been reduced activity at MAP for the last couple of years. And Rice actually hasn't started their fill pit yet. They built a berm, but they actually haven't started filling the pit. And as a result, the numbers are a little bit lower than they have been in previous years. But we expect this type of activity level to be prevalent for the next couple of years. In terms of fill sites investigated on the top right, there's been less activity during COVID and also less compliance issues associated with that. So the levels have remained relatively steady since 2020. On the bottom left, we have engineering submissions. And the engineering, this chart we're going to have to replace. I guess in 2023 we added extra resubmissions, zoning bylaws, et cetera, which makes it look like we've had a banner year in 2023. But really, that line is pretty much flat across from 2019 to 23. In terms of active development sites, bottom right. Roughly 2022, we had about 5 developments that were assumed, and since that time, the activity's been fairly steady. And really, we expect this level to kind of stay where it is, and even at this, what appears to be a reduced state, there's still lots of work to manage in order to keep on top of development sites that are active as we speak. Moving along to page 69, total work orders tracked. And I'll do 2 of them at the same time. Total locate requests, which is right underneath on the left side. Essentially, both of these projects or programs were significantly impacted by the Fiber One optic install that was completed in 2021. And since that time, our numbers have returned to a more normal level. To the top right of the page, on page 69, is our winter operations events, and we can see that, you know, obviously the number of events will depend year over year, but 2023 was generally an average year from a winter maintenance number of snow events perspective. Bottom right, road occupancy permits issued. Really, this is a measure of private contractor work within the town right-of-way. There was a decrease in work on the roads over the past 3 years generally, and we expect that this level of activity is the new normal. So moving along to page 70, at the top right, we have waste management residential tons. What's interesting about this is that the tonnage increase from roughly 2020 to 2021, and that's associated with COVID, 5-bag limits, people working from home, and they're generating more waste at home. But you can see from 2021 out to 2023, it actually may have even dropped a little bit, and what that tells us is it's good news. So the tonnage has remained relatively constant despite growth. And complementary to that, on the top right-hand corner of the page, we have waste collection cost per household. As would be expected, you know, with more waste at the curb between 2019 and 2021, those costs had increased, and we can see that, you know, with from 2021 to 2023, there's people are putting less waste at the curb, and as a result, the cost per household has actually gone down. Despite, you know, even things such as inflation, et cetera. In terms of total roads and sidewalk kilometers, which is at the bottom left of page 70, you know, we expect this to be slow and steady as development happens, and that's what you see in the chart. Road maintenance cost per household. This is another one I think is very interesting. It's flatlined from 2019 to 2023. And really, I think a lot of the rationale for that is the continuous improvement projects that we've put in place that have avoided us to that have helped us to avoid increases to our operational costs. So things like less salt usage, et cetera, which has really helped us to be able to contain those costs, despite fairly significant inflation in the last couple of years. Moving along to page 71, total kilometers of infrastructure, again, slowly increase over time. Top right, annual water regulatory samples, again, slow, steady growth over time. You will notice between 2022 and 23 that there was a slight increase in the rate, and part of that is due to increased sampling as a result of the extra flushing we've been having in order to get a little bit better picture of and some extra data to help us deal with that flushing issue. At the bottom of page 71, total number of active accounts, and we can see that that's steadily increasing with growth. Happy to answer any questions on the department metrics.
A lot of metrics there. Councillor Roy DiClemente, you have a question?
Yes, thank you. On page, I think that's 69, total work orders tracked. I saw it looks like it dropped in 2022 and stayed pretty consistent in 23. What do you think's happening there?
I think they're relatively consistent between the two. There might be a slight adjustment, but, you know, I think that's the new normal. That's the
Okay.
type of level that we would be expecting going forward.
So what was happening in 2019 that caused so many work orders to be issued then, since we didn't have a pandemic at that point? So I usually sort of look at a 2019 number and say that's our benchmark.
So essentially, at that time, we had the Bell fiber optic installation program, which really had a pretty significant impact on the total work orders that we were viewing. So that project ended in '21, and with that, we returned to a new normal.
And those work orders would have been residents calling in because there were problems with the install? Or was that the contractor calling in and asking for support from the municipality?
I believe that it's work that was just being, I believe it's work that's just associated with having that work being completed by the contractor.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, back to you, Mr. Molinari.
Okay, so moving along to the tax-supported budget summary, which is on page 73 to 74 in the budget binder, and on page 65 to 67 of component 1 of the website PDF. Okay, so yeah, the Engineering and Public Works 2024 tax-supported budget very closely resembles the 2023 approved budget. The budget includes operating expenditures of about $6.9 million, which represents an overall decrease of $45,000 or 1% for 2023. So if we, and what's the rationale for a decrease in the budget for this year? Well, that's part of our ask for additional staff in 2024 as well. So, you know, we recognize that additional staffing requests are tight and tough. And what we did was sharpen our pencils in order to help council to assist us with satisfying that request. But there's more on that a little later on. So moving along to page 73. Yeah, there's an increase to the salaries and benefits line item of about $73,000, and that relates to step progressions. And it also includes $16,000 for 2 crossing guards to assist at 2 fairly busy locations, mainly Phoebe Gilman in Harvest Hills and Sharon Public School on Leslie. So the guards are intended to be used at those schools, but also be used as backup for other schools so that we have less reliance on our operations staff to fill in for sick time, et cetera, for when a crossing guard is not able to make it. There's also a $31,000 increase or decrease in the materials and supplies item under operations due to shoulder, crack sealing, asphalt patching that is partially being moved to the resurfacing contract. Also, we have about an $82,000 decrease to the public works line item under operations. Due to savings realized from favorable pricing on a number of new contracts, such as the rural mowing, ditching, and catch basin cleaning. And finally, there's a $5,000 decrease due to a reduction in the indirect corporate costs under our capital programs. So all these reductions total about $118,000, which again, we're hoping will help to offset our request for additional staff in the roads operations area. And these the $118,000 reduction plus the $73,000 increase for salaries and benefits results in a net decrease of $45,000 to the 2024 operating budget. So moving to page 74, We have total expenditures of about 6.9 million and revenues of about $180,000. And
Mr.
the
Molinari,
revenues,
may I just stop you there? I think Councillor Leahy had a question.
Yes, thank you very much, through you, Acting Mayor Crone. Before we rushed on to the next page, I wanted to take a moment to pause and to look at page 73
Okay.
of the Engineering and Public Works Department. I'm going to get used to saying it the new way. And to commend you on the fact that there is a decrease in the budget. And I think that that needs to be highlighted, as well as the line for consultants, where under operations, the consultant fees are 16,500. And I want to draw attention to that lowness of that figure, because I think it speaks volumes as to the excellent services that the staff of public engineering and public works are providing for the municipality of East Gwillimbury. The fact that that number is so low means to me that everyone is working at full capacity in an expert manner. So thank you very much.
well, and thank you for the kind words.
Carry on, unless, any other questions, comments? Please carry on.
Great, thank you. So, yeah, moving along to page 74, our expenditures and revenues by branch. I just wanted to highlight for council's information, some of the revenues, you know, what revenues does Engineering and Public Works collect? Well, you know, the province's blue box funding represents about $80,000 on the waste management, and on the operations side of about $100,000, that relates to road occupancy permits and also recoveries for development, for works that are done in developments that have not been assumed yet, so winter maintenance, et cetera, as well as some recoveries from other municipalities, King and Uxbridge, for doing works on as we do some of the works on some of their boundary roads, and also through the sale of some green bins and blue boxes. So happy to answer any questions on the tax-supported budget.
Any questions from committee? Seeing none, please carry on.
Okay, so next on the list is the fee-supported budget, which is on page 97 of the budget binder, and it is page 1 to 4 on the website PDF. So CIS has two functional areas in the development fee-supported budget. The first area is development engineering, who manages the engineering components for site plans and subdivisions. Essentially, that includes the design approvals and inspections from earthworks to assumption. The second area on here is the fill operations. In the fill operations area, processes site alteration permits, provides oversight and monitoring for fill sites from small to large commercial fill sites such as MAP, and also monitors the town for illegal activity. The budget summary, if we turn the page, is on page 98 and page 99. And really, there's a couple minor changes that are being proposed for engineering and public works. There is a $53,000 increase for salaries and benefits, which is to cover step progressions, and there's also half of a position that was approved, or the funding was put in place in 2023, and 2024 provides the second half of that funding for that staff member who's currently in place. There's also a $3,000 increase to the salaries and benefits for fill operations, and as well, there's a $30,000 increase in user fees. To be more reflective of the actual fill activity under fill operations. So all the other engineering and public works related line items remain essentially unchanged from 2023. Are there any questions on the budget summary?
Committee? Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. We're always looking at budget and ways to save residents money, and I just wanted to comment that one of the ways that your department is saving residents money is with using less salt. And in the process of buying a new car, it came up about how East Gwillimbury uses less salt and less need for undercoating and all that kind of stuff. So we're looking at all this money, we're looking for cuts here and cuts there, but some of the ways that we're saving money are already in place with things like our low salt use. So thank you.
Councillor Roy DiClemente, and then did I see Councillor Foster? Do you have a question? No. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just with respect to fill operations, we're still spending more than we are receiving in tipping fees. Am I correct? It looks like it. So we've got total expenditures of 244 and revenue of 150. And then we're drawing from reserves.
On an annual basis, these numbers are going to fluctuate. Maybe the treasurer can help me out, but I believe that we have, that we are not losing money on that. I believe we're slightly ahead on that one, but I'll see if he can give me a hand on that one.
So through you, Mr. Chair, so that the budgets for the last couple years have shown a draw on the reserve, but the actuals that have come in the last couple of years have actually shown a contribution to the reserve. So it's kind of a conservative budget amount that we've shown here.
Okay, so when I look at the uncommitted reserves continuity schedule, I'm showing a projected balance in 2024 of $57,000 when we are drawing down 94 in 2024. So we might have to take a look at our tipping fees in future if that's the case, do we not? Because we're drawing down so much that we don't have anything left in the reserve, and it's supposed to be fee supported.
And so through you, Mr. Chair, if it happens that we are starting to show that we're drawing more, then we would take a look. But right now, the history has shown over the past few years that we've actually contributed to the reserve each year.
Okay, but we're not this year.
We're budgeting not to.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Carry on, Mr. Molyneux.
Okay, so moving along to page 100. In terms of expenditures and revenues by branch, engineering and fill are a small component of the overall budget, 21% of expenditures and 11% of revenues. The revenues are typically from site plan and subdivision fees as well as tipping fees from the fill sites. And that's it for the budget summary for the fee supported. Any questions or?
Committee? Okay, carry on.
Okay. So moving along to previously approved capital. And that is the blue sheet in the package. And the capital programs and traffic engineering section is on page 2 of 3. So I guess just some initial comments. CIS has worked hard over the past few years to minimize our open capital and catch up on projects that were impacted by COVID. Some of the projects are multi-year projects, and others from time to time encounter obstacles that require more effort and time to complete, depending on individual circumstances. So we have about 33 capital projects on hand that are listed. Of those, 19 are to be closed or are simply awaiting delivery of fleet, which can sometimes take up to 2 years. 6 of them are 85% complete or more and are expected to be completed in 2024. 2 are multi-year projects that are work in progress and were planned to be carried forward. And 2 Oh, and the remaining 6 projects are 2023 projects that have commenced or expected to commence shortly, but will need time in 2024 to complete them. And I guess there's just a couple of projects I'd like to highlight, and I'm sure council's interested in some of their status. So the first one is Project 20040, which is the Highway 48 sidewalk. I'm happy to report that the design is now 100% complete. And we're awaiting the final permit from the MTO. So that project we're hoping is going to be tendered and start seeing some construction in Q1 of 2024. Also, we have the downtown Mount Albert and Center Street revitalization, as well as the downtown Holland Landing and Yonge Street revitalization. Both those projects are generally in the same place in terms of progress. Designs are being finished up as we speak, and we look forward to seeing some utility works in 2024 and some water main works for the Holland Landing revitalization. And both of those projects are moving along nicely. The 23002 Road Rehabilitation Program and the 23004 Mount Albert Storm Outfalls. Both of those projects, we had some staff turnover this year, and unfortunately, those are 2 projects that ended up getting a little bit of a delay associated with them. But I'm happy to report that both of those, we are up to full complement now, and we expect both of those projects to have the tenders prepared and be issued shortly. Another project to highlight, 23007, which is the detailed inspection and remediation of streetlight poles. This project is essentially complete. We just received the final report, and that report is really going to help us out to determine some of the steps that we need to take with our existing infrastructure of light poles over the next couple of years so that we can bridge to the LED strategy. So, with all the bridges that we've had to do over the last 2 years and upcoming for the next couple of years, it's really put a financial strain on our cash flow. And as a result, the LED strategy has been somewhat pushed out in order to deal with that. So by pushing that out, we've run into some unintended consequences, and that's some of the poles are in a state that they need to either be replaced, or they need a little bit of work to make sure that they can get us through another couple of years. So the good news is that report is done, and the number of poles that need to be replaced is not, it's significant, but it's not excessive. And we have a capital project that's listed in 2024 to do that, which buys us the time to be able to get the LED strategy in place. Happy to answer any questions on open capital.
Committee? Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you for this report. I just want to get a little bit more information on the road rehabilitation program. I hear what you're saying, that we weren't able to get the rehabilitation done that was previously approved because of staffing issues. But I'm looking at $2 million previously approved, asking for another $2 million, $4 million worth of road rehabilitation. Is that something we're going to be able to complete within a year?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I believe so. So really, and I guess, one of the things with this annual program is if you don't do 1 year, that kind of puts you behind, and then you're in catch-up mode. Right now, we've actually been able to kind of keep ahead of issues on our road network, and our road network is actually in very good shape, relatively speaking. So I think it's one of those items that, we may actually even be able to get some economies of scale by combining some of those projects together this year and issuing a larger tender for some of those works, which may actually be of some benefit to us. So, that's another unintended consequence that maybe works in our favor this time. But ultimately, I would recommend that we proceed with both of those just to make sure that we keep on top of the network.
I think it's important to stay on top, and when I hear the word savings, that's music to my ears. So we look forward to seeing how much savings that generates. Thank you.
I think savings are music to all our ears. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
I'd like to continue on with this road rehabilitation program conversation, because we've got $1 million unspent in '22, $2 million unspent in '23, and a request for $2 million for 2024. That's not insignificant. So I know we want to stay on top of it, but that's a lot. Am I wrong in am I misreading this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. But, you know, what we've done over the past couple of years is, you know, we used to have a number of smaller projects that were individual budgets and budget line items. And each had their own contingency, et cetera, associated with it. So what we've done is we've combined a lot of those into one larger project so that we don't have contingency spread across a number of different capital projects. We've got a large project that has contingency that can be shared amongst a number of projects. So some of the line items that you're looking at are not necessarily road rehabilitation. Some of those are road designs, for instance, Rogers Road and others that are in a design stage, and some of those end up having almost like a multi-year design associated with them. So that's you know, every year the road reconstruction and the concrete works, all those works are happening on an annual basis. But with some of the other items that are now incorporated into that budget, some of them may take a little bit more than the year to finish them off.
Well, we're seeing a similar trend in the concrete rehabilitation, that we're budgeting certain amounts of money and we're not using it. It's not to the same extent as the road rehabilitation projects. I just feel like we're in a year where we're feeling tremendous pressure and we're talking about asset management and how we're not saving it. If it was that urgent, Rogers Road aside, I have not received complaints, and maybe my colleagues can chime in here, but with the exception of Rogers Road, which is an embarrassment to this municipality, I have not received any complaints about excessive potholes or any issues as far as our that can't wait another year or two. And so maybe you can share that, but with $5 million and you having had some staffing issues, I feel like we should be taking another look at this whole program. I know we're very careful every year to look at our gas tax revenue, to make sure that we're basically spending what we're receiving. We're trying to spread the goodwill across the municipality, so we're geographically choosing 3 or 4 locations across the municipality to make sure that we're being fair, and that one area doesn't benefit from another. But this is a lot of money, and it has gone 2 years without being spent. I don't see us approving more to be spent in a third year. I'm really concerned about this.
I would suggest that, you know, like I said, the road reconstruction and the concrete works, all those projects are happening on an annual basis. There may be a little bit of carryover into the following year, but those are typically happening in the year that they've been budgeted. But there may be other works that are in there because it's a much larger contract than what we normally have done in the past. So there could be some straggler work that's sitting in there that's being completed. In some cases, there may be you know, favorable pricing, so we're not spending the full budget. You know, so there could be some budgets that's left over that's just going to get returned back to the capital project reserve in some instances.
I guess that would hold true for me when I look at the 2020 budget, where we budgeted $1.3 million and there's $185,000 still in the budget. It's still showing to be carry forward, 95% complete. That I would understand, but we've seen a pattern here. So we've got 2020 that happened. In 2022, we've not spent $1 million of $1.2 million. And then in 2023, we've spent 0%. We spent $758 of $2 million. Why would we spend another $2 million on top of all of that? There's a pattern here, and I'm drawing that to our attention.
I would suggest that, you know, I do believe that if we do not continue to complete road rehabilitation projects on an annual basis, then that will make it more difficult for us to catch up. And it's always good to be ahead of the curve on these things. Once you're in a municipality where, if you're not providing sufficient funds for this, your road network deteriorates, and you end up in a spot where you're doing road reconstructions as opposed to road resurfacing and that sort of thing. So we try to stay ahead of that and complete works while they're still in the more cost-effective range, whereby it's a road. It's not a full reconstruction; it's just a rehab, and that provides best value at the end of the day.
Okay, no further questions, Councillor Roy DeClemente?
Not at this time.
Okay. Councillor Carruthers and then Councillor Leahy.
Okay, I'm looking at the same sheet and I'm seeing that 2020 is 95% complete and 2022 is to be closed. That of the 1.2 million, $1 million was spent, not unspent. There's only 231 left, and that's going to be closed by December, finished off in December of this year. So it looks like, with the exception of last year, that we are spending our road rehabilitation budget to within a good amount, and it's being closed out. And so we did have a blip last year, and I don't think that we should, based on that, fall behind on road rehabilitation. But if I'm looking at a different line than you, Councillor Roy DeClemente, please let me know, because I'm seeing 2022 road rehabilitation, 1.2 million, $1 million spent. So there's 200, just over 200,000 left of that to be closed at the end of this year. So there isn't an ongoing thing of not spending road rehabilitation money. It is being spent every year, with the exception of last year, which we had a good explanation for. If I'm looking at something different than you are, please let me know.
No, there's a pattern here, though. There's also the miscellaneous concrete rehabilitation, which plays into that. Yes, you're absolutely right. There is $1 million. I looked at the wrong window because these are such small charts. It's $231,000 that's still unspent. So my biggest concern here is that we're leaving capital projects open, not completing them, and then adding them to our staff's workload with new projects.
So it's to be closed all down here. There's many of them that they are closing. So if there is money left over at the end, that's good, that's savings. And they're closing them out.
Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, through you, Acting Mayor Crone, and directed to General Manager of Engineering and Public Works, Molinari. Councillor Roy DeClemente referenced one specific road, Rogers Road. If we're going to start identifying roads that are in dire need of attention, and from which I have been receiving from residents both verbal and email concerns, then I would like to see if there's any change at all in terms of what's left in the funds, that it be directed towards Main Street in Mount Albert. It would be at the top of the list of bad roads in East Gwillimbury. But in order to explain this this spending and the prioritization of the roads in the rehabilitation program, would you speak to how your department identifies those roads that are on the priority list?
Certainly, and through you, Mr. Chair. We use a pavement management program so every other year, a truck will drive every town road, will collect pavement data, distresses, etc., and then it will actually take that pavement and it will model it over time. So it will degrade it over time, and then it will give us an analysis of when is the optimal time to go in and do some work. And as I spoke before, you can go in and do preventative works, which are fairly cheap and cost effective, or you can go in at the end when the road has failed and have to do a major reconstruction. So our pavement management software provides us with a great starting point to look at our road network, and from that, we select the roads that need to be completed based on their condition and where they are in their life cycle, and then we create our long-term forecast based on that information.
Any other questions? Okay, please carry on.
Okay, so moving along, the 2024 proposed capital, and that's in the budget binder on page 103. Okay. And, yeah, so page 103 has the community infrastructure and environmental services information. It should be engineering and public works. But anyway, we'll get that next year. So proposed capital. So staff have a number of high-profile projects that are already underway, such as master plans, downtown revitalization projects, and major bridge rehabilitations. So as a result of that, we've tried to limit some of the new projects that we were asking for in 2024 in order to properly manage the town's work in progress and leave time for those additional works and higher profile projects. So as part of 2024, there are 14 capital projects, 5 fleet requests that are included in the 2024 budget. There are 4 bridge projects for design updates and replacements. There are the recurring standard projects such as the resurfacing and sign retroreflectivity. There is a top-up fund request to make available all grants and funding to complete the Hull and Landing revitalization project. There's the Stormwater Master Plan, the Streetlight Rehabilitation Project, as noted previously. There's the radar and driver feedback boards that we wish to acquire so that we can acquire a permanent radar camera. And there are 2 projects for sidewalks, multi-use paths, and lighting on regional roads. And just for council and the public's information, those sidewalks and street lighting is a municipal responsibility, even if it is on a regional road. So we cover the cost of those, and even our DC covers those works if it's growth related. And the 5 fleet vehicles that we're requesting, 2 are sidewalk plows, one's for growth and one's for replacement. We have 2 pickup trucks for the roads area, and we have 1 new snowplow replacement. And happy to answer any questions on our proposed capital.
Councillor Johns?
Thank you, Mr. Acting Mayor. So there's a lot going on here, and I just, when you look through and look at kind of the overall plan from a funding perspective, I first looked to the 2024 uncommitted reserves continuity schedule, and then I go down and I looked at where the roads line is on the reserves, and I followed it across, and you see the big expenditures there, and then there's no negative next to that 378, so it says, in my head, it's like, oh, okay, we're on track, everything's okay. But when I looked in, and starting with on page 258 of the capital projects, and I'll say starting with the 258, and then there's another project on 313. So the 258 project is the bridge rehabilitation design and construction. And I look at the funding, and I recognize that half of it's coming from Uxbridge, but we're pulling 1.6 from the capital reserves, from the road reserves, and then I saw, oh wait, we're splitting and taking another 2.25 from capital, and maybe that could be for design or whatnot. Then when I looked at on page 313 of the Queensville Side Road Bridge construction, and I see that is a cost of 1.5 and split over the 2 years at the 750 and 750. I was expecting to see the reserve funding source coming out of roads, but it came out of general capital. And so I think this comes back to the spirit of my my comments about the asset management. I would, and there's projects in between, and I'll catch my breath in between and then maybe come back to some items too, because I have a few other comments outside of this higher level. I would very much just like us to see, I would very much like to see having us put everything where everything, I don't want to say should be, everything, because that it implies that we were taking from another reserve when I would like to see the money best spent under those line items, because why else would we have those line items? I'm sure an argument could be presented, well, we have general capital for this reason, but then we also have roads for this reason. And so if it ended up meaning that we saw our uncommitted fund balance show up as a negative $4 million because we spent that on roads because we needed to, I would rather see that from like this side of the table, knowing that there is a recognition of an opportunity for us to be standing in front of challenges as a municipality with regards to asset replacements. Because I think that in the future, let's say we get to 2025 and I recognize we're still going through our asset, that low hum is very awful, eh? When we get to 2025, if something happens to a bridge again, and we don't have that as part of our asset management replacement plan, which I recognize we are working on, that means the strategy would just, okay, let's just take it from general working capital again. But the problem is that doesn't really, in my opinion, I don't believe that accurately reflects where the funding source should be. Because once we see where the funding source is, let's say it is sitting in a negative $4 million, maybe that does make us think about things differently. I'm open to being swayed on the funding sources, such as, well, the design is coming from general working capital as opposed to roads. But I really do think that as a municipality, the more we can get the funding source or the expenses in the right funding source line, I think the better off we will all be sitting on this side of the table and that side of the table. Because it's just speaking the truth as we look ourselves in the mirror where we are. Like the fact is, sorry, I'll just one more comment, and then, like for instance, Councillor Roy DiClemente's comments on those roads about wrapping up those projects, I agree with those. But I'm also sitting here listening to your leading the charge in your department, saying like, I don't want to fall behind, and I want to keep this on the list. And I think if we're not addressing the problem on that side, you're also saying, well, we need to keep the problem in front of us so we can tackle it for next year too and be proactive. And so I think there's the spirit of what, I think there's some similarities in the spirit of what we're trying to achieve, both with what I'm saying, what other councillors are saying. I will come back to maybe some specific points on this, but I just wanted to open that up. Sorry, Mr. Chair, I threw that out there if it was of interest to anybody who wanted to open up discussion on that item, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Roy DiClemente, you could run with that.
I'm going to try and paraphrase, if I may, because I want to make sure that I understood, because I think I agree with Councillor Johns. Councillor Johns, you're looking for some consistency in funding sources, particularly for large capital projects, particularly when we're talking about things like roads, that we should be funding them from roads. And if we run a deficit in roads, then we have to understand that and be able to address it. Otherwise, when we just draw from general capital, because that's where we happen to have money, then we're not seeing the full scope of the asset replacement issue. Am I right?
That's bang on. And I think when we go to library services tomorrow, you'll see that we actually don't have enough money to pay for books in the new library, but we are saying that that's okay because we know we're going to replenish it next year through DCs, and that's okay. But here, when you look at roads, there is only forecasted contributions of $1 million. So it's like we're not telling the whole story, and that's why I'd rather just tell the whole story and we all know and we're on the same page. So yes is the answer.
Thank you. And I would support that absolutely.
Any other comments, questions? All right, back to you, Mr. Molinari.
Okay, if there are no further comments on capital?
I have more questions on capital. I thought there would be some other discussions for me to catch up here.
Councillor Carruthers will
I'll fill the dead
will fill
air.
the time for us.
I just wanted to talk about the Downtown Hall and Landing Young Street Revitalization Project, something that's long awaited and so much work has already gone into. And I was very pleased when I saw the budget sheet that 70% is being paid for by grants and the region. And I think that is outstanding. It's something that's going to give residents a real pride of place, and being able to do that with 70% being covered outside of town funds, I think is wonderful. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Perfect
Councillor
timing.
Carruthers.
Back to you, Councillor Johns.
So on page 286, the street lighting rehabilitation program, and we spoke about the justification on the approximately 200 steel poles, and it's estimated 3 to 10 years, and then there's 600 steel poles estimated to have a life of 10 to 15 years. But from the expense side of things, it's $500,000 all in 1 year. So one, if there's a safety issue, whatnot, then obviously fully support that. But I'm wondering, we're trying to pick up pennies into dollars, is there a way that it can, maybe we could have turn into an extended capital project? I'm wondering what the thoughts are on that.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So this project, we actually have, those streetlight poles are at the end of their service life right now. And they're actually at risk in some cases of falling down. So we did this study because we knew we were at the end of their service life, and we knew that we were going to be in a spot where we were going to have to either replace or extend existing life. And we didn't, so we hired a company out of the States to come up and help us with this. Because we didn't want to just go out and replace everything, because that would have been the easy way to do it. But we went out and we contracted out so that we could do a little bit of analysis. So we were only replacing the ones that needed to be replaced. That would buy us that roughly 10 years until we get the LED strategy going.
So in follow-up, what you're saying is that $500,000 addresses the safety concerns of the X amount that were identified?
That's exactly it.
Thank you. I do have more, sorry to take the committee's time.
Councillor Carruthers to the rescue again.
I just wanted to talk about the radar driver feedback boards. Looking at the results from the survey, speeding seems to be a big concern for residents. So I think those radar feedback boards are going to be really good. Hopefully more impactful than some of the other things that we've tried. And it really comes down to letting people know what the speed limit is and what they're doing. So I think that's going to be money well spent. Thank you.
Thank you for the indulgence and support. Go team. So I think that in the spirit of knowing where the money is specifically kind of on the roads and seeing that, I'd like to see that, and with that, I would come back and then look at those roads projects, just so I can get my head around that. So that's roads, but now as it comes down to vehicles and the capital expenses, in this, when Ms. Bégin was doing her presentation too, I'm just looking at the fact that, we're the largest capital expense in the town's history. You can see our reserves are depleting. We're tightening our belts. You can see this is a very different budget process than it was last year already. You can feel how it's different. I got questions like these when it comes to parks too. So I think that looking at, I've never seen, maybe within our procurement bylaw, or somebody can help me out on this, our purchasing of depreciating assets versus leasing them. I'm wondering if that's something that we can look at. Like when we for instance, on page 320, and that sidewalk, this is a replacement. This vehicle operated for 2,451 hours. I am not sure if that is good or bad, but I will say that is $8 a kilometer or $73 per hour based on what this is, and that's not talking about servicing it or somebody driving that. So I guess overall, and I'm again using that as an example, I'm wondering if we could look at, and I'm not sure if this is through the finance or even through our CAO's leadership, and it's not specific to your department, but the mentality of us purchasing a depreciating asset versus leasing, and then on new builds and new assets, not doing debentures and having to pay for everything all at once. So just a comment there. I'm not sure who wants to take that.
I can start. Through you, Mr. Chair, I guess at the end of the day, from a purchasing perspective, you're better off to purchase a vehicle than you are to lease a vehicle, especially for an operational area, because at the end of, by the time you've used that in an operation, it has been well used, and after it's been through 7 to 10 winters and working for the town. So, for a piece of equipment like that, it would likely be much cheaper to buy it than it would be to lease. And maybe, Jeff, if you want to comment on that a little bit further.
Through Mr. Chair. Yes, completely agree with the comments. The one thing I just want to leave is these are heavy-duty construction pieces of equipment that are worked really hard. And vehicles per se, like even a pickup truck, I understand the desire to consider leasing. There's a lot of outfitting, like there's $10,000 worth of safety lighting and branding put in these trucks just to make sure they fit the need of the vehicle and roadside safety. That makes it a real challenge to get a leasing company that's willing to allow a vehicle to be outfitted to that extent with holes drilled in the ceiling and that type of upfitting that's typically required. And they just don't suit well for a lease opportunity. For other administrative vehicles, I think there is an opportunity to lease it. For example, an inspector or that type of vehicle where limited outfitting is required for it, and we're better to control its use over the life of it. The challenge with leasing a vehicle when it is returned, if there is any damage or unusual wear, you end up paying for that. So the best practice right now in public works is not to consider it because of the potential end of lease cost that you're subjected to that you have very little control over.
I'm good with that. Thank you. I think that, I mean, traditionally I would lease a depreciating asset and I would put a debenture on a new build asset, but those are just my personal opinions. So good comments.
Okay, anyone else? We'll carry on.
Okay, so moving along, we are at 10-year capital, which is the green sheet, which is in the Engineering and Public Works section, or CIS as it's listed in here, is Addendum 1, page 11. And then the budget binder, it's on page 7, halfway down the page. It starts off with CI 21008. Under Capital Program and Traffic Engineering.
Councillor Carruthers.
With the road rehabilitation, it was 2 million from last year, 2 million for this year. Will that continue forward? I'm not seeing that on the 10-year capital budget summary, but with road rehabilitation, I'm sure it must be an ongoing thing.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe if you look, there were some additional road rehabilitation program line items. That would be on page, yeah. Website edition, website page 12, and in the budget binder, it's page 8. Yeah, on the, yeah, for essentially, the annual road rehabilitation program has a combined 10-year budget of about $18 million.
Thank you. It would be nice if they were all shown on the same line on this. It's making me flip the page. My goodness, come on.
Yeah, so there's a couple of them I'd like to highlight for council, and that is, I guess if we go back to page 7, we've got the CI 25001, and which is the Mount Albert storm outfall. And just so council's aware, we're doing the design in 24, and we're looking at the construction in 25 for that particular project. CI 2510 is our stormwater pond rehabilitation program. And this is another one that's going to be a significant cost pressure in the future. This is kind of like our road network. Our ponds are going to need the same type of rehabilitation program associated with them. So, you know, right now we've got a 10-year combined cost of about 6.8 million. And as we do our stormwater master plan, I would expect that we'll probably find more things that are needed to be done as we refine that overall project. So that's one to keep an eye on, and really either looking at some sort of funding through the AMP or through you know, some sort of rate that we can look at through our stormwater master plan as we go through that process. Also, we have CI 26001, which is our LED streetlight conversion strategy, which we've spoken a little bit about, but ultimately, yes, we do need to do that. The payback on the LED streetlight strategy is, it's a very long-term payback. So the fact that we're pushing it out right now doesn't have that much of an impact on the, in terms of cost savings. But it really allows us to just get our cash flow in order so that we can ramp that project up. CI.
Just one second, Mr. Molinari. Yeah.
Yep.
Councillor Carruthers, you had a question?
Yes, on the stormwater management plan, are we finding that through that planning process that our storms are becoming something that need more management? I'm just thinking that we're hearing about 100-year storms happening more often than that. Is that impacting our stormwater management?
Well, that's an interesting question, because at the end of the day, the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, it sets up what they call IDF curves, so intensity, duration, frequency. And right now, those curves and what we use for design storms are based on historical storms. And as we go forward, those are going to get more intense, more duration, and those curves are going to change. And when those curves change, it means the size of your storm ponds grows, et cetera. So it's a small thing, but it actually has big implications in terms of what size infrastructure you have and how big your ponds are going to be going forward. So those are all things that will be impacted as we learn more about what our new normal is going to be in the future.
So as we're paving over more farmland with houses, that's going to impact our stormwater management is, and so maybe this is a question more to finance, we want to make sure that that's covered in our DCs, that if we are going to need to be spending more on stormwater management, given that storms are more intense, longer duration, more frequent, then we want to make sure that we're covered in DCs going forward. Thank you.
Any other questions? Please carry on.
Okay, and the last one I'd like to highlight is CI 25008, 25011, which is the structure rehab and replacement. So just to give a little bit of context, so in addition to the 2 bridges on Town Line that are receiving budget top-ups in 2024, the town has approximately 9 bridges and 8 culverts that are typically small in size that will need some form of rehabilitation works over the next 10 years. So our bridges are going to be a fairly significant driver of cost over the next little bit. But the good news is once those bridges are done, they have a very long service life, and we won't have to look at them for many, many years. And on that, Mr. Chair, happy to answer any questions on the 10-year forecast.
Any questions from committee? Okay, carry on.
Okay, and with that, that concludes the engineering and public works section of the budget review.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have a resolution?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just bear with me for a moment. I believe we're still experiencing technical issues with the screen share, so you may have to read this one out loud as well.
Okay.
Oh, no, it's working.
All right. So if everyone could take a few minutes, give that a read. Let us know if you have any questions or concerns. Just tell the clerk when to advance the screen.
Madam Clerk, you have all the capital projects in that motion, do you?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, so the chart here notes all the 2024 items that has been discussed. Let me know how to scroll down, because I don't want to do it quickly.
I think, Mr. Chair, sorry.
Go ahead.
I think from my end, like, I would like to see a revisit of placement of expenditures into specific areas that may not be general working capital, even if, and I'm open to arguments for that as well, but that's where I would like to see that. I'm not opposed to the projects themselves, but I would like to see what the numbers, the impact within, for example, the uncommitted continuity schedule is for the reserve on roads to have a clear picture of where we are sitting at as a municipality in regards to that asset and
Sorry.
those expenses.
Mr. Johns, are you talking to anything in particular to this or just in general?
Well, it has to do with the roads reserve, and it has to do with how we are, like, we are approving these, or we are saying we agree in spirit. The challenge is that, like, I don't agree with the spirit in how we are funding them. We are saying we're funding them from general reserves. I am okay with the expense currently as it sits, but I would like to see it funded from the roads reserves. Because otherwise, I could come along tomorrow and say that I want to build a park and fund it from general reserves, or I want to do a library from general reserves, and I don't believe that we should be operating that way. If I get voted down, I get voted down, but I brought my comments forward.
Okay, so what I'm trying to determine here, whether we keep it, that it's a separate resolution. Councillor Roy DiClemente?
I'm in support, and I'm just not sure what we want to ask for.
Yeah, it's, I don't know.
There's a couple of things. One is, we have a healthy general capital reserve, and it's, when it looks like we're drawing down on a particular subject area. Let's use roads as the poor beast to be flogged. If we're drawing down too far, then we say, oh, you know what, it's getting too far, so we'll just fund this from the general capital. Rather than, what I think we may want to do is then openly make a transfer from general capital to roads, so that every road project is funded through roads. And that when we do the draw, because we have to do the project and we don't have the money in that reserve, that we are mindful of where it's going and why it's going there and for what purpose. So I think, Councillor Johns, what we're asking for is we're going to approve in principle like we have with other projects. And then I think we would like to ask staff to prepare, and I don't know if they need to be reprinted or if it just needs to be a one-sheeter, to prepare a list of, we'll use roads as an example, of the capital projects that are using the roads reserve, and an amended schedule of reserves for what that looks like if we were to pull it just from roads and not from general capital. That's one kick at the can.
Okay, I appreciate it. Tell you what, folks, why don't we, this is before, hang on, this is before us right now. Let's deal with this, and then we'll come back to what you want to do, Councillor Johns. And I need a mover, though. I don't have a mover for this, though. Moved by Councillor Leahy. I don't think we've finished reading this, though. If you could scroll it down, Madam Clerk. Just to say when to stop.
Just while everybody's reading that, Mr. Chair, can I make a comment, or?
Go right ahead.
To Councillor Roy D. Clemente's point on that, I just wanted to say the fact that I am so adamant is because, like, so for instance, we have the 2024 projected budgets spend coming out of the general capital is $4.5 million. Of it is 2 projects, $3 million on roads, and that takes us down to $2.5 million. But our forecasted contributions are only $225. It's not like we have a funding source that feeds this well. And so that's kind of why I'm adamant. And just as a comment, I will probably be voting no for this first motion, just because unless you can tell me otherwise, this is talking about funding these projects. And my whole point is that I don't agree with how they're being funded. So it doesn't mean I'm against the projects, I'm against the funding source.
Okay. Has everyone had a chance to read this? Go ahead, Councillor Roy D. Clemente.
With that in mind, and it's a suggested amendment, this resolution that's in front of us that says the second clause, the 2024 tax-supported budget, fee-supported budget, and new capital program be approved in principle. Can I suggest that it says that subject to further reporting from staff, to your point on funding sources and so on, that it be approved in principle? You can later, once you get that further reporting, Councillor Johns, decide that you don't actually want to do specific projects because it draws down the reserve too much. But in this case, it moves it forward and gets the data that you're looking for.
Councillor
fair?
Leahy, are you good with that? Okay, beautiful. I think we're to a nice place here.
I'd like to hear from staff to make sure that that's an appropriate request and that it can be accommodated.
Okay. What do you think, staff?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we can accommodate that. I'd just like to make a comment before we go into this. So the general capital reserve is set up for, it's basically a rainy day fund. So when we have expenditures that we're not anticipating that we have to spend, we draw on those reserves. Well, on the bridges, it's raining. So what we've done, instead of drawing the roads reserve into a hole of $4 million, we know we have the funding available from the general capital to apply to it. So that's what we've shown here. So your suggestion about borrowing from, or transferring from the reserve, that essentially does the same thing, which is what we're trying to do. We just kind of did it more directly, but if we want to show how it goes through, that's great. So.
Councillor Johns?
So, and I welcome those comments, thank you. And the reason why I think from this side of the desk, from the setting a policy perspective, I think that it's important to see that that is where we are as a municipality, because when you talk about a rainy day fund, like an asset management program to have in place is so we can do a weather forecast. So we know when it's going to rain and have the money sitting there. And so I feel like allocating those expenses within those lines will allow us to have, to see across the prairies and see the storm coming.
All right. Okay. With that, unless there's any other comments or questions, I'd like to call a vote. All those in favor? None opposed. Motion is carried. Thank you. With the Councillor Johns, with the amendment that Councillor Roy DiClemente suggested, do we need that second resolution, or are we fine?
No, great. Thank you.
Okay. Then at that point, then we've been sitting here for a bit. I'm going to suggest we have a recess. If we could be here back at 3:15 sharp, that would be a good thing. Okay? All right, welcome back. We're chugging along with our budget meetings, and it is about 3:15 right now, and we're going to 4 o'clock today, so we'll try and get as far as we can with CPRC, and let's see where we finish off, and if we're incomplete, we can always continue on Wednesday. So over to you, Mr. Karmazin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to Council and Budget Committee for the opportunity to present the Parks, Recreation and Culture budget, the department formerly known as Community Parks, Rec and Culture. I'll start off on page 75 of the budget binder. Also in the website and agenda and combined is page 68. Parks, Rec and Culture essentially has three interconnected streams of business, municipal facilities, the design, construction, maintenance, and operation of all municipal facilities, including corporate facilities, civic center, operations center, fire halls, as well as parks and rec facilities. Our parks design, construction, maintenance, and operation, new parks development in close concert with parks, in close concert with development services, as well as streetscape, public realm, and urban design, working very closely with public works, engineering and public works. And then, of course, recreation and culture, which animates the spaces with programs, events, community engagement, partnership relations, sponsorship, volunteerism, and all of our outward-facing core special events and community engagement activities. Works very closely with communications and equity, diversity, and inclusion, and people and belonging. The department's supported by 35 staff, seasonally just under 100 part-time and contracted staff. I'd like to go to the next page, please. Some of our strategic priorities by priority grouping is, of course, the responsible resourcing of the Health and Active Living Plaza with operating plans and working with multiple departments to put together an operating plan that's financially responsible and effective as far as the service level enhancement at the Health and Active Living Plaza. Our active transportation and trails master plan, so completing some key projects and alignments that have been identified in that program to ensure those are completed on time and on budget. Environmental leadership through the tree preservation and protection, following up on a recent report to council on a draft tree preservation bylaw, and public outreach to continue with that process. And then planning for the future, the facility space needs assessment, reporting back to council on some short, mid, and long-term plans for space needs assessment, primarily for the administrative staff for the corporation. I'd like to move to the next page, please. I think the department metrics really do illustrate and have a narrative that shows the municipality is a rapidly growing municipality by essentially doubling the number of parks, parkland acreage, as well as kilometer of trails over the last 4 years and over the last 2 terms of council over the last 8 years, with over 20 parks opened over the last 4 years, parks and trail openings, and increasing operations as well. I'd like to punctuate that this growth is due in part to the development planning process, and the growth of the parks, the parkland acreage, and our trails is at no cost to the taxpayer. I'd like to move to the next page, please. A similar type of trend is also shown with our facilities. You'll see a spike here, namely for our operations center facility, and that's expected to continue with the anticipated substantial completion and operations of the Health and Active Living Plaza. In addition, planning with finance, the tangible capital asset replacement of these assets over the course of time, and amortizing out replacement values, ensuring we have the proper reserve funds to adequately manage our assets and replace our assets when they reach end of life. To move on to the next page, please. Our program and events area really does show a representation of what's happened with COVID-19 and the global pandemic. As you can see, a sharp dip in registered programs, special events, as well as our permit transactions, with a rapid growth with the reintroduction of individuals to programs and special events. So again, managing the restrictions as well as the closures over the period of COVID-19. Our group is proud that we managed that at a net zero budget impact with no loss of employment. And we're happy and proud to say that we've now returned with double-digit growth in the programming area, as well as our permit transactions, and also a reflection of our rapid growth, being one of Canada's fastest growing municipalities. For example, our active net account numbers increasing exponentially over the last few years, simply welcoming our new residents into East Gwillimbury. I'd like to move to the next page, please. Our budget summary has primarily three drivers. Namely, the first is staffing. We're in a very good privileged position to have long-term staff, but those long-term staff do move through the salary progression. We do have very little turnover amongst those staff. However, there is a pressure with salary step increases over time with the senior staff. In addition to that, we've noticed some increases with some programming instructor costs that we've tried to offset to its fullest extent with increase of program revenue. In addition to that, we have noted in the areas of service contracts, in particular with specialty trades, as well as supplies and equipment and materials, some inflationary pressures with those areas, namely in the areas of parks as well as facilities operations. We do have some revenue increase. This is aside from the Health and Active Living Plaza budget, which will be presented in with the 2025 budget. So this is separate and aside from this budget that's represented here today. I'd like to open the floor to any questions that council may have related to the operating budget.
Thank you, Mr. Carmison. Any questions from committee? Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering, you're noting an increase in expenses for programming. Are we seeing a comparable increase in user fees? I feel like we're reducing our user fees, but I'm just wondering, are you seeing an offset of that from by collecting more money to offset the increase in expenses? Program costs and so on.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we are seeing an offset, and we'll do our best to manage that. Under the line item of sales user fees, you'll see an increase of approximately 5%, and it's always our best efforts to try to offset that with any increases that would be noted under program instructors up above, as well as materials and supplies. So it's our effort to try to balance that off. So this is our best laid plans as of now, as far as any increases with expenses, and we'll try to offset with our user fees as well.
I know in the past, through you, Mr. Chair, I know that in the past we've had some reporting from you, Mr. Carmison, on programming, user fees, to the extent to which we underwrite expenses for programs using tax dollars. I'm just wondering if it might be time for an update to that. I know you're doing a strategy with respect to events, but I'm just wondering, given the fact that we've perhaps emerged from the pandemic or recovering from that pandemic, you've obviously made some changes to your programming. It might be helpful to have an understanding of some of those metrics as far as demand, whether the programs are running full, waitlisted, are being canceled, and so on. I suspect that those lines are trending upwards, but it would be helpful to have some reporting, not necessarily now in this process, but sometime in the near future, just to have a sense of where things are at. Please and thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair, absolutely. We can continue to report out on our annual recreation numbers, namely our registered programs as well as our permits. And I think it will be increasingly important once we do approach and start opening the health and active living plazas to provide council with robust report back as far as the numbers related to not only a service level enhancement, but also our existing programs and permits that are happening system-wide at all of our facilities and community centers, supporting all of our communities across the board.
Any other questions? All right, carry on, Mr. Karmazin.
The next page shows the expenditures by branch. This shows essentially the facilities is the greatest portion of our expenses, with the other two business units somewhat balancing off, and then obviously strategy admin overseeing all three business units and streams. And then under our expenditures, you'll also see an offset there with facilities revenue. That's primarily rental revenue that helps to offset some of the costs in facilities, as well as leisure programming, which is essentially our registered programming and drop-in revenue. I'd be happy to answer any questions related to the overall financial projection.
Committee, any questions? Okay, carry on.
Okay, with that, I'll ask that that council please turn to the capital budget for previously approved capital listing. And I believe it's in addendum 1 in your package, the 11 by 17 page. So I'd really like to highlight with our capital program that the vast majority of these, approximately 2/3, will actually be removed off of the books, both on time and under budget. A number of these are multi-year projects, so they're approved. Then we usually take a year to design and public outreach if needed, and then typically a year for construction. I will add some anomalies in here where you'll see some projects that have taken longer than anticipated. In particular, for example, Colony Trail, Emily Park, we did have a pause during COVID for a much needed public outreach that needed to occur. And then there was also some significant work that was being done with the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority as far as trail alignment, trail impact studies. And as well, the Active Transportation and Trails Master Plan update is another example of a project that was delayed due to the requirement for in-person public outreach with our residents to determine trail priorities over time. Happy to answer any questions related to the open capital that council may have.
Questions from committee? Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. We appreciated the delay on the trail for that public outreach. It was important to the community, so thank you for that. I have a question about 23011, the range hood fire suppression systems. There were some questions about that last time, about the expense versus the amount that they would actually be used, that they only apparently needed to be used when there was deep frying happening, and we weren't sure how many of our permit holders actually did that. And I thought that there was going to be a report back to council on that so that we could have another look at that. Now, seeing that it's been delayed, I would really like for us to take a look at that again and have a report back, because I think if we're spending $20,000 for, a couple of community groups to deep fry something, it seems like not a very efficient use of money.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have noted that, and perhaps through finance, we can report back through an addendum through the budget process on that particular project.
Thank you, and can we pull that from our approvals, please? There's an extra 40,000. Was that for this year? It says future approved budget. We had 20 previously approved, 40,000 future approved. Was that for this year? I don't recall seeing it this year.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is a budget sheet. It was a multi-year project.
Okay.
There was, I believe it was through 3 separate years. We were seeking to implement all of the range hoods that require replacement.
Okay, so I would appreciate
Or
that.
install.
That's pulled, so that before we can get some more information before approving it. Thank you.
Councillor Wright Clementi, you had a question, and then Councillor Leahy.
Thank you. I had two questions. One is looking for an update on the radio line extension to Green Lane with the safety fencing that would go with it. That would be my first one. I know there was some work that needed to be done at the Committee of Adjustments. I'm just wondering where we're at with that one.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the town had taken the project to Committee of Adjustment in order to seek a maintenance agreement in exchange for a temporary use bylaw provision, and the Committee of Adjustment had voted not to proceed with that. We are working with development planning staff as well as the landowner to determine if we can secure the land and have a conveyance of land through a development planning process that would be, by staff's assessment, a much cleaner process, because we would then own and operate the land and not be in a situation where we would be under a maintenance agreement. So that's an update as far as that trail connection. Our hope is to have the land secured over the late fall and winter months with design, and then tendering, awarding potential construction for spring, summer of 2024.
Thank you. I appreciate that update. I look forward to seeing if there's anything that I can do to help. I know the community has been quite vocal in wanting to see that connection made. The other question I had through you, Mr. Chair, is the architectural services for the sports complex expansion. Project is to be closed, and there's still, thankfully, $782,000 in the budget. What reserve is that going back into? Do we know? Or maybe that's more of a question for Mr. Marshall. Because that might make a nice little adjustment to our reserve schedule.
Through you, Mr. Chair, sorry, which project was that again? Sorry.
CP 20-025, the architectural services for the East Gwillimbury Sports Complex expansion. Mr. Karmazin reverse engineered that project and saved us $782,000.
So through you, Mr. Chair, that's funded from the parks, from the DCs.
Okay.
So we don't actually draw it until we use it, so we don't have to put it back. It's still there.
Thank you.
Councillor Leahy, you had a question?
Yes, thank you very much. Through you, Acting Mayor Crone. Item line number 22-021, the staff space needs assessment. It seems to me, and from looking at the line on page 81 with regard to rent, we're looking at another $131,826 in 2024. And I know we've talked about renting space before, but my question is, why are the costs so high to assess the space needs for staff?
Through you, Mr. Chair, typically a space needs assessment does take with an architect, takes a look at your existing staff complement and your future staff complement through each department for the mid and long term through different phases of growth. In addition to that, it takes a look at different space needs standards and then makes certain recommendations as far as how to accommodate those staff in the short, medium, and long term. So there is an extensive amount of consultation that's done with a professional architect that would then lead to recommendations that could be implemented for whether it's expansion of space or construction of new space. That's the extent of the scope of work, and that's the requirement for an external consultant to assist the town with those planning efforts.
Through you again, follow-up question. So it says here that you're going to report to council in the fourth quarter, which is now basically of very soon to council. So is the budget for 2024 of 131,000, depending on what it says in the report, or will there be any future potential savings with not necessarily continuing to need to rent space?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't want to preempt the report. However, we will be making some recommendations as far as some accommodations to provide a suitable space for staff. And it is our plan to report back to council later this year in December on our space needs plans.
So that figure may change.
Through you, Mr. Chair, again, I don't want to preempt the report back to council, but we could potentially, with council's direction, we could potentially see an adjustment in that number.
Okay. Any other questions? Carry on, Mr. Carmazin.
Okay, with that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to request that council take a look at the 10-year capital program. This is the printed addendum, I believe page 1 and 2, and again, they're 11 by 17 pages. Website is page 5 to 12, or this combined PDF is 365 to 370. Mr. Chair, I'd like to highlight a few of the projects. We do have two of the projects that show environmental leadership. One is the sports complex LED lighting retrofit. And what this does is a part of our conservation demand management and energy management planning is it takes older incandescent lighting and retrofits it to modern efficient LED lighting, no different than what you would see at this center or some of the newer builds such as the Operations Center and the Health and Active Living Plaza, decreasing our kilowatt hours of usage as well as our impact, greenhouse gas emissions, anything indirectly that would be an offset in this program. Happy to answer any questions related to that project.
Anyone? Carry on.
I'd also like to draw council's attention to some different community-based projects. We have the Sharon Hills Park Tennis Court reconstruction and resurfacing project, as well as the Brown Hill Park playground replacement and the King Street Park playground. The King Street Park playground replacement. As well, we have the first of we hope to be a multi-year program to do tree planting in each of the communities, where we draw from development charge reserves for tree compensation, amounts that we've received for tree compensation, to plant within each of our communities in our parks and open spaces to make up for any tree canopy lost through the development planning process. In addition to that, we have the final phase and leg of the of the Simcoe Trail connection. We've worked very closely with the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority on that project to finish off that project as being one of our highest priority projects under our active transportation and trails master plan, and also a link to the lake-to-lake route. Be happy to answer any questions that council may have related to the proposed capital program.
Any questions from committee? Councillor Johns?
Thanks, Councillor Crone. Just it's a couple of comments at a high level. We're just talking about the Mount Albert playground there, and you also spoke about the tennis courts that were identified last year, and I actually spoke to that in support also with Councillor Roy DiClemente. And then I'm looking at the budget of where we would end up funding that from, and so that would be coming from the park structure on the asset replacement on the uncommitted reserves. And this one is very interesting as, so our uncommitted fund balance at the end of 2023 is estimated to be at the 875,000, but the 2024 capital projects that we have within the budget are actually over $1 million. And we might say, it's only 150,000, not that big of a deal when we're looking at the municipality as a whole. But what I want to call out is that we actually don't have a funding source for that. Like, there's no contribution into that. Sorry, Mr. Carmazin wanted to speak, or? Okay, I'll keep going. Sorry, I saw fingers. And so as part of the asset management moving forward, I would like to identify that that's a spot where we can be. Because if we were running our household, if we were running the municipality as we're running a household, we actually, we don't have that, we can't replace our roof, so to speak, on the house because we didn't save up the money. Like, we use growth to pay for growth, to put in the playground structure or to put in the tennis court, but we didn't put money aside to repair it or replace it. And so, I mean, if we were doing straight up, I would think that we should be cutting $200,000 in projects in this capital budget. That's my comment there. And sorry, just one more comment while I got the mic. On the DC side of it, if you flip the page over, it is forecasted that we're going to get close to $5 million in contributions under the outdoor recreation side of it. But we are close to $4 million in the hole. And based on what we're going to spend this year, even with the, sorry, I said that slightly incorrectly, but it's close. Based on what we've have coming in and what we're projecting to spend, we're still going to be over $2 million in the hole on that budget line. Hopefully next year it will catch up. And I'm not saying, I'm actually less concerned about that one than I am on the park side because there's no funding source. So anyway, my 2 cents, I don't know if anybody wants to go line by line, but I think we shouldn't be in this economic environment that we're in. I just don't think that we should be spending money with money that we don't have with no funding source.
Who'd like to respond to that? Mr. Marshall?
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a comment. You're correct, the Parks Reserve right now does not have a budgeted funding source to replenish it. In the budget proposal for 2024, there's a 1% asset management contribution that we're proposing, and we would propose that if that gets approved, that goes directly to the Parks Reserve, so that's your annual contribution.
Thank you, and sorry, just to follow up, because I don't want to throw the mic away, I want to thank Mr. Carmazin for his leadership on the tree planting initiative. I know it's a single year. I would absolutely love to see that item pulled and make it a multi-year so that we can commit to that, and I would love to see the finance department be able to separate out that funding source through the development funding and have its own bylaw and its own line for trees.
Okay. Councillor Leahy. Oh, sorry, was Councillor Roy, oh, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through you, Acting Mayor Cron. So my question is regard to confirming my understanding of the parks and the number of parks that we have in East Gwillimbury. And you mentioned at the beginning that we opened 20 parks in the past 4 years, if that's correct. And the number of parks total, how many do we have?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have 42 parks in total, and we essentially opened 20 parks and trails over the last 4 years.
Thank you very much. So my follow-up question, the reason I'm asking for the specifics of how many parks we have, is because in terms of asset management and those assets that we have in the park, am I correct in understanding that within 10 to 15 years we will have to replace all of the equipment in those parks that exist now?
Mr. Carmison?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it depends on the equipment and it depends on when it was installed, obviously. Some equipment will last longer than 10 or 15 years. We do have a replacement life cycle that takes into consideration the type of equipment that is being replaced, and that's the work that we're undertaking at this point with finance and our tangible capital asset management plans, is to identify what assets are in each park, when we require their replacement, and to finance accordingly each year to build up a reserve account in order to replace those assets.
Thank you. So for clarification, do we have an estimate? If you have a plan in mind in terms of those tangible assets and how much it's going to cost to replace them, whether it's 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, do you have a 10-year plan? My concern is that we have all of these wonderful parks, which is great, but if we're opening many up almost at the same time as well, rather than a sort of a phase-by-phase basis, that we could be looking at a very large bill all at the same time in the future.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is the plan that we are developing with the broader asset management plan. And it doesn't only look at parks equipment such as playground structures. It also looks at boardwalk, bridges, all of our infrastructure along our trail system, as well as our parks amenities, sports courts, for example, the tennis court resurfacing, those types of things, in addition to the park structures, which would be the playground structures.
Councillor Roy DiClemente, you had a question?
Thank you. Were we going through, I know we were working on the green sheets, but were we also going to go to the binder sheets as well, or is that a next step?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Council's welcome to reference the binder sheets in addition to the summary page.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to just confirm, maybe I was just having some sticker shock. It happens to me every year. Project on page 186, the Simcoe Trail Construction Phase 2. Is that $1 million for 290 meters of trail?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. Now, I should include that the majority of that trail link is boardwalk, considering the site conditions and the low-lying site where the alignment is located. And it's also consistent with other trails projects that we've had in that area that are obviously close to the Holland River and the watershed. And in working with the Lake Simcoe Region Conservation Authority, we tried to position the trail on grade. However, it's difficult when you are building in a wetland area. So that's why you're seeing an elevated price, cost per linear meter for that particular trail project.
So is the LSRCA going to kick in some money since it's a requirement of the LSRCA to put it in the valley land like that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we can certainly ask, and we have on other projects included, not necessarily the build-out of the trail, but if there's any stormwater management that has to be implemented with the project. We've worked with them in the past on low-impact development features, rainwater harvesting features that we could potentially implement into this type of a project.
Thank you, Mr. Karmazin. I will reiterate or reinforce the concern I have with the park structure reserve. I'm glad we've identified that as an area of concern and are working to address that. Overall, my concern with the capital program as a whole, and not just in Mr. Karmanzin's area, other than the fact that he has a lot of projects, is that overall we're looking at a lot of work for our staff. I believe last year's capital projects were about 11 million, and now we're looking at about 24 million. And in a year when we are undertaking a transformational change with respect to the Health and Active Living Plaza and that service level improvement as a whole. So I'm just, it's not to pick on Mr. Karmazin, but I just wanted, I'm inserting the comment here just because I wanted to ask about the beach volleyball and whether that was necessary at a time like this. And so I just, it kind of stuck out at me as a sore thumb to say, we're doing so much as it is. Do we have to increase our level of service there as well? So it was the beach volleyball that got me started on the, do we have to do everything that's in this list? So some context on the beach volleyball court, please, Mr. Karmazin.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've identified beach volleyball similar to pickleball, disc golf, and these are emerging sports and recreational activities that we are being requested. It's also noted in our Parks and Rec Master Plan as a high-growth sport or recreational activity, volleyball in general or outside beach volleyball. This project, we're confident, can be managed within our existing staff complement. We have made some moves as of late over the last 4 years to have a dedicated project management staff and project coordination staff that would also work on repair and replacement projects and our capital asset management plans. So we are confident in any projects that we do propose to council that we have the skill and ability and bandwidth to take the project on.
Okay. I think we've spoken about this too, Mr. Karmazin, that it's volleyball is a growth, beach volleyball is a growth sport, is it not?
Yes, correct.
So I know I've had a number of residents ask about it. Councillor Carruthers and Councillor Leahy, did you have another question after? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. Where are these beach volleyball courts going to be located?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've identified possible courts in 3 locations. So we've identified courts at the Health and Active Living Plaza with the with that build out of the park at that location in Queensville. We've identified the Mount Albert Lions Park as a potential location, and we're looking at a potential location in Holland Landing as well over the course of time. So we're looking at potential courts similar to pickleball. We're looking at courts that would be in each community to provide a balanced approach to services.
Okay, thank you. I had flagged this one as well, mainly because the estimated month of completion is August, and we know things tend to get delayed even more. And I'm looking at this and thinking, this is something that maybe we could delay. If maybe a portion of this budget for design could be applied to 2024, but having it open in the spring so that the community can get a full seasons worth of use out of it, I think might make a lot of sense. So I'm wondering if this page could come back and look at it as a 2-year project where we get started on it next year, but then have it ready to open early in 2025. I like the idea of the help. I see this as something that we want people to be able to walk to. Lions Park doesn't allow for that. Holland Landing, well, I'd love to beat the drum for my own ward. We do have beach volleyball on Yonge Street. Obviously, it's not town, it's private sector, but I think maybe having this at the help might be the best way to go on this one. I also had a question about the pickleball. When's Holland Landing getting pickleball?
Through you, Mr. Chair, staff is taking a look at some potential locations. Namely, as of late, we've been taking a look at the potential at Anchor Park.
Excellent.
To potentially host pickleball with proper setbacks from property lines and those types of things.
Excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Leahy, then Roy DeClemente.
Thank you very much. Through you, Acting Mayor Crone. I'd like to return to the volleyball question, the beach volleyball question. It's symbolic for Mount Albert, this project. It's a very modest project, but it is symbolic of the fact that Mount Albert, we have no transit, at the moment at least, to get residents to the $100 million Health and Active Living Plaza for youth especially. And so the need for activities in Mount Albert has been ongoing and chronic. And so this is symbolic of a very modest investment in our youth as well as adults in the Mount Albert community. And I want to speak up for Mount Albert because I'm a ward councillor from Mount Albert, and we always seem to be on the short end of the stick. So I would like to commend our general manager in Parks and Recreation for pursuing this activity in our community. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Roy DeClemente, and I know we're getting close to our 4 o'clock here, so we'll wrap it up and continue on Wednesday. But please go ahead, Councillor Roy DeClemente.
I guess, firstly, with respect, if you locate beach volleyball at Lions Park, there's no safe way of walking there anyway. So there's no, it's not a question of speaking up for one community or another. Obviously, we have transportation issues across our municipality. If you read the feedback from the public outreach, transit and transportation are probably the top issue that residents are asking for us to address across the municipality. And this is not Ward 1, 2, or 3. This is the town of East Gwillimbury. For me, $148,000, whether it's coming from the DC or not, is just not what we need to be spending at this time on something that, yes, it may be in the master plan, but I'm not saying to never do it. I'm simply saying not at this time in a year when you are building so much already and you're hiring so many people, and you do have facilities that need to be maintained. I've repeatedly get requests from the public to address the condition of the BMX pump track, because when it rains, it needs to be maintained. And so, we have these facilities that need to be updated and maintained, and then we're just going to add more. We've said we've doubled our parks and trails. So let's take a breath and take a breather and make sure that we can build that. This just seems like something that isn't a necessity at this time, when we've got $8.8 million worth of bridges to build. And that's more important. Yes, quality of life is important, but a safe bridge is also important. And I believe pickleball also takes place indoors as well as outdoors. And so there are drop-in facilities, as I recall, both in Harvest Hills and in Mount Albert. So if you can't get to an outdoor pickleball facility, we do offer indoor facilities for pickleballers who are keen to do so. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councillor Leahy.
Thank you, through you, Acting Mayor Crone. I don't know where to start with those comments in terms of equality and accountability and what residents and taxpayers in Ward 3, they're also putting forward all of their taxpayer dollars to go towards the Health and Active Living Plaza and hiring new staff for that. So to say that, we can afford to pay $1.1 million for the Simcoe Trail construction Phase 2, which is only going to provide 290 meters of trails that likely most residents of Mount Albert won't be accessing, I think it's not a fair comparison.
Okay, I'm going to, sorry, Councillor Johns, I'm going to give you the last comment, because we're at 4:02, and I know we made a pledge to try and wrap up by 4.
Yeah, I was just going to make a comment about the items that I was hoping to be pulled for the resolution. I just wanted to call out again the tree project for it to be multi-year, and then the item would also to have it separated out through a financing bylaw for in the future. And just as, I don't know if anybody else wants to speak to any other projects to be pulled, I would just like to say that, given my comments earlier on in the evening, earlier on in the day, it's not evening yet, in holding true to what my comments were, I would be happy to support deferring any items that other councillors felt were of concern to them. They would have my support. But those are the two items that I would like to see pulled, is the tree multi-year and then a tree separated out for finance on the bylaw.
Okay. All right, so I'm getting a couple of, I said you were going to be the last comment, but I lied. So Councillor Leahy and then Councillor Wright, you comment.
Thank you very much. Through you, Acting Mayor Crone, I would like to see the Simcoe Trail construction of 290 meters of trail for $1.1 million pulled from it.
Okay. Councillor Wright, you comment?
I think that it's important. This is one that is an old, long-standing trail connection that is providing active transportation in our community. I believe it was the 2014 election where we were openly mocked for having a bridge to nowhere. It's time to finish it. If Councillor Johns is open to pulling things, then I think they should each be put to a vote in order to be fair, open, and transparent.
So, okay, so we're going to have a, all right, Councillor Carruthers.
The Simcoe Trail already came to council, and there was agreement from council on it, so this is not something new. I still have questions on other items on here. I, more than anyone, want to leave at 4 to go see my new kittens, but I still have some more questions on this. I'm not sure that we're ready to receive this or to pull anything. I think we need to come back to it.
Oh, I wasn't
Okay.
suggesting that we receive it.
Okay, excellent.
We're going to
not
continue on from this point on Wednesday. I would encourage council or committee to keep your level of passion up so that we can continue on from this point next time. And unless there's any objections, I'm going to ask for a motion for adjournment. I think we'll just, you're going to keep that that resolution intact for Wednesday? I think so. I think so. And we'll just carry on and we'll receive the rest of Mr. Karmazin's report. And thank you very much, staff. This has been a long day, but we've covered a lot of stuff. Can I have a motion for adjournment, please? Councillor Leahy, all in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you very much, everyone. Good night.